prank call problem. We'll discuss that as well. Our 40 minutes, no joke. We'll talk NBA playoffs with more action on the hardwood tonight. Pistons and Knicks getting together in Motown, highlighting that slate. If you know our show, you can count on some baseball wagers as well during the 7 o'clock hour, along with our weekly draft, this time focusing on the best couples in sports. Finally, at 8 o'clock, we stick with the old round ball as we bring in Odyssey NBA insider Nick Friedel to talk more about the postseason before our best bets come your way at 8:40. Chelsea Messenger, of course, is with me on this Thursday. She's live from Nashville. Chelsea, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. First day of May. Who saw that coming? Yesterday you said, I can't believe it's almost March. And I was like, Jenks, it's not almost March. It's
way off.
May 1st. So it's crazy to me, but I guess that's the way that the months roll. It does feel like summer's right around the corner. I don't know how hot it's been in DC, but we've had some hot weather. So it does feel like the switch is being flipped from spring to summer. And I, for one, am ready for it.
I am too. I love nothing more than taking off this shirt, putting on the baby oil, lubing up the body and showing off the guns during the summer. That's what I do. That's my time to shine. I get like 3 months. It's my best time of the year. I just love hitting the gym outside, obviously. Anytime I can hit the Potomac with like a bench press or something like that. I'll work on my lats probably on Thursdays, maybe Fridays. I focus on legs earlier in the week, but that's generally how it goes for me in the summertime.
Yes. In between times that you're wearing your sun shirt that you ordered off Amazon in 3 different colors.
Yes. That was 2 years ago, but it did happen. 1,000%. I'll tell you what, I'm staying out of the sun whenever I can. I mean, look at me. I'm wider than this shirt I'm wearing today. So you bet. I got to do that. I like the summer. I just, I'm not someone who likes to bake in the sun. So based on my history, based on my fair skin, you probably get out there and just bake and get super tan.
Well, I don't bake because I don't want wrinkles. So I definitely wear sunscreen. I wear a hat. But I just like it when it's a little bit warmer out because it feels like you don't have to wear as much. Obviously, you don't have to do as much laundry. You can just put on shirts and a t-shirt and shorts and just go out the door. So it just feels easier to me. And plus, me and my daughter love swimming. So in the winter, there's just not as much to do with a 5-year-old. So going by the pool every day, I feel like is an easy activity that we both enjoy.
Do you ever, instead of hitting like a recreational pool, ever hit the old school like Olympic swimming pool like you did when you were in college and you were competing at the collegiate level?
We don't have any like super close to us. So okay. I would have to drive like all the way to downtown. And plus, they keep the water very, very cold. Like, I don't know if you knew this about competition pools, but it's basically like a cold plunge because it makes you swim a lot faster, but it's not very leisurely and not something that I would make my 5-year-old jump into.
Well, fair enough. You're a good mother. I would rather jump into a cold plunge than look at our bets last night. Oh, my God. Look at this disaster.
Sometimes it'd be like that, Jenks. And especially in baseball, right? Like sometimes in baseball, it can look like the biggest mismatch on paper. And we see this sometimes. The worst team in baseball can beat the best team in baseball on any given night. And hell, we bet against the worst team in baseball. And the Rockies secured their 5th win of the season. That's right. Like, it's May, and they secured their 5th win on the season. Of course, we were on the other side in that one. I had the Braves on the first 5-run line. It was not my best bet, but one of them. And, of course, the Rockies led that one 2-1 against Chris Sale. What are we doing here? Had the Cubs on the run line as my best bet. The Cubs, second best OPS in baseball. Pirates, bottom 5 in every statistical metric. And what do you know? The Pirates went at 4-3. Then had the Yankees team total over 4.5. They finished with 4. They have the best OPS in baseball. So it was just one of those nights where the stats lied to us, or at least that's what it looks like.
Yeah, that's the way it goes sometimes. So I was essentially on those same bets, except for Yankees-Orioles. I had over 9.5 in that game. And 9 runs. The O's win 5-4. The Dogster is leading the way this week. Had 5.5 points with the Timberwolves last night. The Timberwolves went outright. We'll talk about that game in just a few moments here. So for the week, you're 2-5. I'm 4-6. The Dogster pacing us at 2-1 here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. It is great to have you with us on a Thursday morning. Thanks for being here. Let's get to the playoffs, and we start with the Rockets smashing the Warriors 113-116. The Rockets getting 4.5 points. They're plus 154 on the money line. Total set at 203 and a hook. The over hits, and this game never really close.
Santos, who played only 1 minute in Game 4 the other night in San Francisco. Here's Van Vliet. That's a deep three.
Call courtesy of TNT. Fred Van Vliet, 26 points. Amen Thompson, 25. The Rockets dominate this game so much. Steve Kerr pulls his Warriors starters in the third quarter and empties his bench with Houston leading 93-64. All 5 Houston starters scoring double digits, paced by Dylan Brooks, who also has 24, along with Van Vliet and Thompson. So we kind of thought maybe this line was a little bit off yesterday, but I don't think anyone saw a blowout coming in H-Town.
Oh, absolutely not. This game was not close for most of the game. And I'm trying to think of, what the takeaways should be. And I think we're getting into the territory of, hey, if a team has a 3-1 series lead and then the other team wins 2 straight games, let's look at the Rockets for a second, because let's kindly remember that they're the 2 seed in this scenario, and it's the Warriors who had to come in through the play-in. So if they win this next game, wouldn't you say all of the pressure is on the Warriors? Despite the Rockets being the 2 seed, it already feels that way. And we talked about this yesterday, how it feels like the Warriors' window for winning another championship, it's not closing, but it's certainly in the second half or probably in the fourth quarter for the Warriors, just because some of their guys are a little bit older. So I feel like the pressure is going to be a little bit brighter on the Warriors, especially if the Rockets win this next game. And it's not out of the realm of possibility. All these games have been close with the exception of this one, and the Rockets won it.
Oh, yeah. And I also wonder if, I don't want to say age is a factor. Maybe the Warriors were just a little worn out. I think more than anything, like you touched on, the Rockets are a very good basketball team, but because they're young and because they don't have the star power that the Warriors have, we don't give them enough credit. I also thought it was interesting that the Warriors were pretty upset after the game. They felt like that the Rockets were going after Steph Curry's thumb, which he injured a few weeks ago, and he says every time it starts to get better, then someone will hit his thumb when he's shooting, and he's been wearing a wrap on it. He makes no excuses about that, but the Warriors, you saw during the game, Steph was upset about it. Steve Kerr was upset about it. They were chirping with the officials, and they sort of felt like every time that Steph took a shot, the Warriors would just kind of lean into maybe hitting his shooting hand and affecting that thumb. And it doesn't help when you're a guy like Dylan Brooks, who sort of has that reputation anyway. But it's just something to watch moving forward.
Yo, absolutely. Especially in a game that, wasn't even close. Because it would be one thing if it was like a tightly contested game. You're saying, hey, I'm just playing with intensity. I think this game was never close. So when you're doing things like this, obviously it does not look like good sportsmanship. And obviously nobody is rooting for Steph Curry to get hurt. We want to see him in the postseason. He's one of the faces of the NBA.
Yes, he certainly is. And, man, Rockets showing some fight last night. Also, playoff Jimmy had 8 points last night. Steph Curry, 13. So not the best night for the Warriors. Game 6 tomorrow night. The Warriors are laying 4.5 points. The total is 204 and a hook. If you're interested in the series price right now, Warriors minus 450 and the Rockets plus 350. We have to get to the T-Wolves downing the Lakers also in the West, 103.96. The T-Wolves getting 5.5. They're plus 185 on the money line. The under hits with the total set at 209 and a hook. And it's Rudy Gobert taking advantage of the Lakers' issues in the middle. He cards career playoff highs with 27 points, 24 rebounds. Julius Randle goes for 23, and Mike Conley helped close things out.
Edwards, 5 of 19. Cuts, drives, feed, Conley, 3. Good! Big hit. They had missed 18 in a row until that hit by Mike Conley.
Highlight courtesy of TNT. Yeah, you heard Kevin Harlan there. Minnesota only 16 of 47 from long range. It doesn't matter. Anthony Edwards, 15 points, 11 boards. We talked about the T-Wolves' depth and their physicality, and it just bothered the Lakers all night, and they're gone.
Yeah, absolutely. Imagine saying Anthony Edwards is going to go 0 of 11 from the three-point line, and the Lakers still lose. I think this is just living proof that the T-Wolves are a deeper team, and they certainly can win games in a multitude of ways. And that's what you want from a team that can make a good playoff run. Because we knew going into the postseason that the Lakers had issues down low. You mentioned it. They certainly have a hole. They don't have like a veteran center, or they don't have like a veteran big man down low to stop anything that Rudy Gobert is doing. Normally, Rudy Gobert is not like a scoring center. Normally, he's somebody just kind of sits down there and gets the rebounds. But what a game from Rudy Gobert here. And I should say something about Julius Randle, too. Somebody who's on the bigger side and certainly can dominate the paint. Those two guys combined for 50 points in this one. So I think this was a really complete series from the T-Wolves. But, of course, we know all of the discourse is going to be about the Lakers, eliminated in the first round yet again, even though they added Luka Doncic.
Yeah, so they're gone, and so we're going to hear a lot of questions about that. We'll put a poll question on X. Let us know who you are blaming for the Lakers' loss. Is it LeBron, Luka Doncic, J.J. Redick, someone else? And now we have to think about, at least for a while, LeBron's future. After the game, he was asked about whether or not he'll continue playing next season, and frankly, he didn't have an answer.
The fact that you're going to enter into an offseason on a roster that has Luka Doncic, that secured the number 3 seed in the West in a really tough West this year, what type of thoughts does that give you about your end game? And how many more years will we see you play?
I don't know. I don't have the answer to that. Something I'll sit down with my family, my wife, and my support group and kind of just talk through it and see what happens. And then just have a conversation with myself on how long I want to continue to play. I don't know the answer to that right now, to be honest. So we'll see.
There's all sorts of speculation that we'll hear over the next couple of weeks until he comes out and makes a decision. I think it's also important to point out that he has said this after each loss over the past couple years. It's really tough in that moment. Just imagine you're coming off a long season, you get Luka, you play with your son, you're always dealing with the media, and you're one of the best basketball players to ever grace the court. You played 22 years. Having to make a decision right after a loss like that in that moment is always tough. So I understand the thought that, hey, he needs some time here.
Yeah, I didn't expect him to make a decision because also he's a competitor. Like, he's somebody who truly wants to win. So when you ask him after a season-ending loss, obviously you're not going to get much of an answer. But if we are speculating, like, LeBron still feels very much on his game. Like, for somebody of his age that is 40 years old, he still had really good numbers this year. 24 points, 7 rebounds, 8 assists, and shot 51% from the field. So I don't think that he's somebody who needs to be pushed into retirement. If he wants to, that's fine if his body can't handle it. But he's done a great job of taking care of his body. And now I feel like the speculation will be, can the Lakers get a big man in there? And oh, by the way, there's a big name, big man that might be forcing his way to the trade block soon. Jenks, can we wish for Giannis to LA yet?
Oh, God. I don't think he's going to LA. And also, would he help? He would help. I mean, he is a big man. He's a different type of big man. I don't know. I mean, that would be some sort of three-headed monster. I don't know if the Lakers could afford that. With Luka on the books, LeBron on the books. LeBron is due $52 million next season. I will say that Mark Williams is the player that the Lakers wanted to make that run with this season from the Hornets, and they made that trade. He was a pretty solid player. He would have been very useful last night. And you talk about petty. When this game was over, what did he do? He goes on X, and he just posts a smile emoji. Just a little pettiness. But then again, that's what the NBA does.
Yeah, it's Mark Williams, though. Like, who cares? I still want to dream about Giannis going to the Lakers. It felt like the Lakers were cooked. You know, this was just a bad matchup. And now I feel like the T-Wolves are going to be the team to watch in the West. Felt like they were a year away last year. Maybe this is the year. Should be fireworks. True.
And Luka's coming up on looking at a brand new huge deal as well. So also keep that in mind. The Lakers have to think about that moving forward. Coming up, we'll talk about the NFL and what could be their prank call problem. What are they going to do about it? Football is next to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back. Great to have you with us on a Thursday. It is a Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Come up on the show. You may not like the sound of it, but Brock Purdy, $50 million man, is a real possibility. Also not a possibility, a reality. Went to happy hour with my dentist yesterday. Finally happened after all of the buildup. And I have to say, it was good. We had a good time. It wasn't very eventful. We just kind of hung out and talked. And I think that he's someone who works a whole lot. And so he's just trying to sort of expand a little bit and go out a little more, especially in the neighborhood, because it's right in the middle of D.C. There's a lot going on there in that neighborhood. And I'm not far from his actual office. What was funny, though, is that he was very curious about my job, about you, about our jobs on this show. And it's almost like he didn't quite, and it wasn't in a mean way. It was like he didn't quite take it seriously until I think he read about it. Because you know how, like, everyone kind of has a podcast on some level. Do you know what I mean? Like, if you're thinking about it. Like, almost everyone, I have a podcast, right? So he's like, so you have a Wikipedia page? I was like, yeah. He goes, you actually, like, you do a show, like a real show. I was like, yes, it's real. It's not fake. But I think, how many times do you imagine, and listen, if you have a podcast, that's great. I'm not knocking anyone who does. I'm just saying it's a very common thing now. Whereas at one time, you know, if you had a podcast, it was kind of a big deal. Now everyone can create a podcast, and making money off a podcast is very difficult to do. That's why when I was unemployed, people were like, just start a podcast. I was like, great. How do I get paid for that? You know, like crickets. So he was like, well, how do you do this? Or what does this mean? Or, so you guys like do this actual show, it's 3 hours and you do prep. I was like, yeah, all that's true. And so it was just like peppering me with questions, not out of cynicism, but out of genuine curiosity. And so your co-host now, she's not with you. I was like, well, she is via video, but she's in Nashville. So I explained all of that and gave him the 411. And then I felt bad because I felt like I was talking a lot. And so I was kind of paranoid in that moment. I was like, all right, yeah, enough about my job. It's great. You know, what about you? And it was just fine.
So what's the flip side of that? Do you ask him, so are you like an actual doctor? Did you have to go to like a school? Or do you just get like a certificate? Because everybody gets these certificates. And I see these people on TikTok who are like, you don't even have to brush your teeth. Like, there's chemicals in it. You should stay far away from that. Right. So, like, did you go to school?
Seriously, I'm always amazed. And listen, again, if you do anything like that's great. This is not hating on anyone else, but I'm amazed at the number of people. I'm like, oh, it's a radio show. And they go, so a podcast. I'm like, No, it's a radio. Like it's a difference. And like even yesterday, he was like, so when you say radio, I go, yes. He's like, sometimes I'll be on my bike and like on my phone, I'm trying to tune in a different radio station. I go, yes. And he goes, and sometimes
that's the one.
Yes. And he's like, and sometimes I have an issue with the signal. I was like, yeah, that can certainly happen in the city, and depending on, you know, the strength of the signal of the particular radio station. So I feel like for some people, I guess podcasting and radio is just like one big ball as opposed to being able to separate the two. And so that's sort of how I felt. But all in all, it was a very pleasant time. I had a couple drinks, then I went home. So all is well, and now the future of my teeth intact.
All right. So big question here is there going to be a second date?
Ooh. Probably, but I wouldn't expect it to be on a normal basis. Like, I expect this to be like every few months, like, hey, I'm kind of around, like, let's have a drink kind of thing. Like, I kind of have like my tight rotation of people that I hang out with, or me and the lovely Catherine hang out with. So I don't see it like that, but sure, why not? I'm pretty open for anything. I hope so. I hope he texts me this morning. What's that?
He must not have impressed that much if he didn't crack the rotation. But I get it. Like I said, I feel like the older you get, or at least for me, the harder it is to crack that rotation.
Yeah.
Because I feel like when you're younger, if somebody's like a good time, you're like, sure, we'll invite them out. We'll like roll 15 deep to this bar. But when you're older, it's like, hey, who am I going to trust my time with? You know, especially for you, because you're a popular guy. But for me, it's like, because I'm busy, I don't have that many friends. But it's just like, hey, this person's taking away from my time to fold clothes.
Right.
So it sounds like maybe he has some work to do.
It's tough too when you get older. It's harder to see. I mean, you know how it is. You get older and people go on with their lives and they have families, and it's not as easy to get together. So when you do have that free time, you want to spend it with people you've built those previous relationships with. So it's not really anything personal. It's just that, all right, I got some time here, I have a choice. Then you want to generally go with the people that you know the best. I get that. What is the NFL going to do? So they have a prank call problem, which is, sort of makes sense, I guess, because so much information is out there. They have fined the Falcons a $250,000 and their defensive coordinator, Jeff Ulbrich, $100,000 for Ulbrich's son prank calling Shedeur Sanders. How angry must Jeff Ulbrich be at his son? You cost me $100,000, 6% of my salary. They're not going to go broke, but still. $100,000 because your son was an idiot. Oh, my God. Grounded for life. Isn't he like 21, though? He's not like he's 15 or 16. That wouldn't make it better, but he's like 21, right?
Yeah, he's 21, which is way too old to be doing this type of thing. I think, the age limit for this is, 12. Or it's, a fine form of entertainment when you can't leave the house. Because, think about it. When you're a kid, you don't have a car. What else are you going to do? Sit there and prank call people. It's fine. Even though not to this level. I'm not sure, why he thought this was a good idea, but maybe the NFL needs to do something on their end to prevent these things, because this wasn't the only prank call that happened.
No.
So I don't know if they need to, get a specific phone for each team that they only use on draft night, or, maybe get them a landline. To where they only use the landline to call these recruits or whoever, or, recruits, guys that are getting drafted, draftees, maybe is the word I should be using. But something to ensure that guys know it's coming from that number. But I'll say this about prank callers and scammers, not 21-year-olds, but sophisticated phone scams. They can change the number of whatever they're calling from to make it look like a different phone. So I don't know if we're seeing that with some of these other prank calls, but I think it was the cloud that did in this situation, just because the number was on an iPad. So I don't know if a landline would work. Jenks, do you have any solutions for the NFL?
I don't know. Probably security protocols that have to be put in place. Some sort of software or something like that. You see this at big business all the time. This was certainly the case when I was at NBC. Catherine has it at her job, which is a big law firm, where they have all sorts of security that you have to log into. And I'm sure it's like this with the NFL anyway. But I bet they reinvestigate those protocols to keep this from happening, because we'll focus on Shedeur Sanders because he's the big name. But the Commanders' first-round draft pick, Josh Connerly, was telling Grant and Danny on 106.7 right here in this very building that he got prank called. Abdul Carter of the Giants apparently got a prank call as well, according to his agent, Drew Rosenhaus, told that to Adam Schefter. Mason Graham of the Browns, Tyler Warren of the Colts. You can go down the list. All of these guys got prank calls at some point during the draft. So it's not, you'll hear about Shedeur, but there is a host of NFL players who are now pros, who were just college kids, a week ago, that are suddenly having this be an issue, and it's really ruining what should be a special moment for them. So the NFL has to do something here.
I don't know if there needs to be a protocol where everybody learns one really bizarre fun fact about the GM. It would be if you're time traveling and you're tell me one thing about yourself that only you would know, or something to that effect. If we lived in a clone world or something. I don't know. You get the picture where it's okay, this GM has a tattoo right above his ankle of a 4-leaf clover. It's some fun fact that they have to validate who's actually talking to them on the phone.
Yeah. Tell me where my tramp stamp is. That's just above your right butt cheek. All right, you're in. What do you want? You never know. We'll find out if the NFL does anything. But, yeah, it's becoming more and more of a problem. I'm not quite sure exactly what they can do outside of just sort of, lay down another layer of security, which would be obviously very annoying, but may be necessary. Also, we should mention there are a lot of fifth-year options being picked up across the league. Aiden Hutchinson of the Lions, Sauce Gardner of the Jets, Drake London of the Falcons, Jameson Williams of the Lions, Kyle Hamilton in Charm City, Trent McDuffie in Kansas City. We'll keep track of those as well. Something else we should also keep track of is Brock Purdy. You talk about something that's going to generate a lot of conversation as we get closer to this. So The 33rd team reports that the Niners quarterback is looking at a new deal, could get close to $50 million per year. NFL insider Tom Pelissero said the very same thing on the Rich Eisen's show. This is his quote. They're not close, nothing is imminent, but certainly this is a deal I would anticipate all parties have a vested interest in getting done before we get to training camp. Purdy, I should say, if he gets $50 million a year, that would make him about the 11th highest paid quarterback in the NFL, just behind Jalen Hurts, who signed for $51 million in 2023. I know a lot of people would say their immediate knee-jerk reaction is, you're going to pay Brock Purdy $50 million? Are you crazy? But in the NFL, it is incredibly difficult, impossibly difficult to find a multi-year starter who is good for your franchise. He has been that. So that's sort of what the market dictates, whether you like it or not.
Yeah, who else are you going to get?
Right.
Who are you going to get that knows the offense and puts up the numbers that Brock Purdy does? I think that people want to have the conversation saying, oh, Brock Purdy's not elite. He's not one of the top tier quarterbacks. Well, he'd be paid as, the 11th highest paid quarterback in the league?
Fair.
I feel like that's extremely fair for somebody who has been a stalwart for the Niners. I do think they need to pay him. And your value is always what a team will pay you. It doesn't matter what so-and-so on Reddit says. Your value is whatever that one person or that one team will pay you. So we'll see what he's actually worth. And it does feel like the Niners have been entrenched in all of these contract negotiations lately. It does feel like that situation where you have like a championship type team and they feel like they have a window of success. And then that window is kind of closing because they have to pick and choose who they actually want to re-sign. I do feel like your quarterback is one of the big ones, especially with the way that the quarterback draft class was this year. So I do think it's definitely in the favor of Brock Purdy. Like, in real estate, we say it's like a buyer's market, it's a seller's market. Mm-hmm. It's always a quarterback market.
Always. No question about it. Mm-hmm. And I would also say, listen, I understand that frustration if you're a Niners fan. You're like, we're going to sign this guy. But again, who else are you going to go with? And also, I think here, you have to trust your head coach, right? Your head coach is Kyle Shanahan, known as an offensive guru. So if your head coach, who is known for his offensive mind, says to upper management, yeah, I want to go with this guy, he certainly knows more than I do about Brock Purdy's mastery of the offense and what he can do in that offense. So I think that goes a long way. And also, it still feels like the Niners are a touch overvalued. They're favorites to win the NFC West at plus 140 ahead of the Rams at plus 165, but I'm not sold on the Niners at all in the upcoming season, just because it feels like, for the reasons you're mentioning, it just feels like their window is just open this much and they're not nearly as effective or as talented as they were just a couple years ago.
Right, because they have to pay a bunch of their big name players, so they can't add as many depth pieces as, say, some of these other teams who have young quarterbacks who are still on rookie deals. So we'll see what unfolds for the Niners. I don't think they're necessarily cooked. Like, they still have a lot of good players. It's just value dependent. Like, looking at the odds, you say, hey, I don't really believe in the Niners that much. Maybe I can get them in a bargain. I don't think we're seeing any bargains here, Jenks.
No, I don't think so either. One more story before we go to break here. I've been wanting to talk about this for a couple days now. It's from the UFL. Samson Nacua, if you know that last name, he's the brother of Puka Nacua. He's been banned for one game, will not play this weekend against the DC Defenders. Samson Nacua plays for the Michigan Panthers, banned a game for slapping a fan last week at a game. Have you seen this video where he's walking off the field in St. Louis and some fan is leaning over the railing and clearly talking smack, and Samson Nacua just jumps up and smacks this guy in the face? I am not one to condone any sort of physical contact at all. This cannot go. It can't be a thing. But I will say there was kind of a perverse part of me that was like, if you're going to lean over and get in a professional football player's face, then, don't be surprised when this happens.
Yeah, stay out of the wingspan, right?
Yeah.
Like, I'm looking at this still shot, and it's funny to me. It's like, wow, pretty good wingspan.
Yeah.
This was an impressive slap.
Yeah.
Because normally the slaps that we see are like, eye level and the person standing. The fact that he did this when he was on the field and the fan was like in the overhang, in the stands, it's kind of impressive.
Yeah, it was a good one. It wasn't like, hey, you kind of touched the guy's chin with your fingers. Like, no, this was a humiliating slap. And Samson Nacua jumped up and timed the slap perfectly. Again, not saying it's okay, but, at the same time, what did you expect to happen? You can only do this so much before someone's going to retaliate. And guess what? In the UFL, they retaliate. Coming up next on the show, the Pistons try to accomplish something they haven't done in more than a decade. We're going to preview tonight's NBA playoff action. Yes, more news from Jordan Hudson. This is your Jordan Hudson channel. It's the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show. It's great to have you with us on a Thursday. Michael Jenkins, she's Chelsea Messenger. It is a Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Coming up on the show, our preview of both NBA games on the schedule tonight. Pistons looking for a home playoff win for the first time in 17 long years. It feels like 17 years every time we talk about Jordan Hudson on this show. By the way, it's Jordan. Jordon. This whole time, I thought it was the regular spelling of Jordan. It's Jordan Hudson. So, apparently, according to the Sports Business Journal and The Athletic, Hard Knocks was going to partner with North Carolina and Bill Belichick and do a series on Carolina football. Would have been great for the program. But according to The Athletic, Jordan, played a, quote, instrumental role in stopping the production related to her request to be heavily involved in the project. So, that's gone. Now, North Carolina has released a statement about Bill Belichick's appearance on CBS, where Jordan Hudson said she was going to talk about their relationship, and UNC says CBS violated the agreement that they were just going to talk business and about Bill's new book. And also, Bill Belichick himself has come out talking about that CBS interview, saying that he and Jordan have been clear about meeting on a flight to Palm Beach in 2021. I cannot believe, if we were doing TMZ right now, this would be perfect, right? I'd be like, yeah, this is a hot topic right now. I cannot believe that all of this has to do with Bill Belichick. 2 years ago, 3 years ago, if you'd told me we're going to be talking about Bill Belichick and his girlfriend, who is 40-something years younger, and Bill Belichick's going to be at North Carolina, and they're going to be really kind of cagey about how they met, and it's going to be one social media story after the other, and Bill Belichick hasn't even coached a single football game for North Carolina, I would have said, oh, come on. Her behavior isn't so crazy to me. It makes sense in the social media era. We see all sorts of influencers and people trying to get attention for whatever reason. The fact that he's allowing this is mind-blowing to me. But then again, I'm like, well, she's about 4 decades younger and a former cheerleader, and he's just doing his thing, I guess. But I think it's embarrassing for him.
I think it's crazy because he's not the coach that I would peg for somebody who doesn't wear the pants in his own relationship, right? Like, He doesn't appear to me as somebody who would have been, like, railroaded by somebody. Like, maybe you look at, like, Rex Ryan. You're like, yeah, he really likes feet, so he gave this girl all his money. But, like, Bill Belichick, and it's crazy that we can't even keep up with the headlines. It's something new every day. Like, it's taken over Aaron Rodgers as the hottest topic in the NFL that nobody cares to talk about. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like, usually we're rolling our eyes at Aaron Rodgers headlines, but, you know, he's probably an NFL quarterback still, and I understand why we have to talk about it. But, like, this Jordan Hudson stuff, she's not the first ever girlfriend of a coach, of an athlete that has done, like, you know, things that get headlines, but she has a stranglehold, it feels like, on the media right now, including us, because it feels like we have to talk about it because every day there is a new headline. Like, we were just talking about the one where I think it's the Daily Mail that's reporting all of her real estate holdings now. Apparently, she's amassed $8 million in real estate since meeting Bill Belichick. Yeah. She's rolling up to cheerleading practice in an $75,000 Porsche. So normally you would say, okay, you know, he likes to take care of his girlfriend. But, like, the way that she is so aggressive and taking over in some of these business type settings, because it's fine, you know, if you get gifts, that's not crazy, but it's all of this other stuff where it feels like she's meddling in his business and his coaching and his teams and all of these other things. It's just kind of shocking how bold she is.
I find her inherently unlikable. And at first, I didn't really care. I'm like, you know what? It's none of my business. You guys do your thing. But now she is meddling in a way that I think will have a significant effect on Bill Belichick's ability to coach, because this is a bunch of distractions. And I think the thing that's most maddening of all is that she's painting herself as this victim, like somebody did something to her, when this is all her. She generated all of this, right? And so, CBS, we had agreed we're just going to talk about Bill's book. It's like, yeah, but you couldn't answer the most basic question in the book, which is how you met. And if it was such an easy question to answer, oh, you guys met on a flight to Palm Beach, why couldn't you answer the question? They couldn't. And now, of course, it's CBS's fault. It's everyone else's fault. Oh, people are coming at her. She is meddling in Carolina's ability to promote the program. She's handling their social media. She's reportedly made requests to ban users from different message boards because they're saying things she doesn't like. That comes with being a college football coach. And for a guy in Bill Belichick who has spent his entire career singularly hyper-focused on football and winning, the fact that he's allowing this and allowing it to continue just blows my mind.
Yeah, and the fact that she says she wants to keep it all about football, then why is she even there? Why is she at the interview if she truly wants the spotlight to be on him and his career? Because obviously she is the elephant in the room. And of course, the interviewer is going to ask Bill Belichick about his girlfriend who's standing 5 feet off camera. And also, Bill Belichick is not somebody who needs this whole circus. I see in a lot of these documents that apparently, maybe she's trying to mold herself after Deion Sanders and the circus that he brought to Colorado. But Bill Belichick, I feel like, doesn't need that. Look at the coaches who are winning national championships. They are not in the headlines for the wrong reasons. They are good football coaches, and their programs have a lot of money. So maybe you could say that, okay, UNC is not a football powerhouse, but isn't it a good enough recruiting pitch when your coach is one of the best coaches of all time? I feel like Bill Belichick doesn't need this.
No, I don't think it's good for recruiting at all. It's like that meeting between Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders. They're trying to pile on Shedeur, and Shadeur's like, let's make a music video. Let's do a song. And Cam Ward's like, I don't want to be known for that. I want people to look me up, and I want them to see Cam Ward, American football quarterback. I'm about football. I'm not about the nonsense that comes with this or all the promotion. I want to play. And I feel like most football players, they want to play. That's their primary focus. Everything else is second. She wants to make everything social and her aura or her promotion first and football second, and that will ultimately, I think, hurt North Carolina. Okay, we do have some basketball to talk about. Hopefully Jordan does not show up tonight in Motown. Let's pray to baby Jesus. Oh, let's clear the air. Knicks and Pistons. Pistons are laying 1.5. They're minus 125 on the money line. Knicks even money. Total set at 212 on a hook. Spread has come down from yesterday. It was Pistons minus 2.5. Now Pistons minus 1.5. I want to believe in Detroit. I'm going to. Oh, you're shaking your head. Guys, I went 0-3 on my bets last night. Listen to everything I have to say. Everything I have to say. It was awful last night. This is in the spirit of Jordan Hudson. I just want to manifest a win for the Pistons. Let's just put it out there. The Pistons have not won a home playoff game since May 26th, 2008 in the Eastern Conference Finals. Tonight's the night. It has to be. They have shown grit in these playoffs. New York continues having a hard time slowing down Cade Cunningham. Pistons should have won Game 4. Remember, last time they played in Detroit, they should have won that game. Bad non-call against Josh Hart at the end. Otherwise, Detroit would be ahead in this series. So I'm going to go Pistons tonight on the money line, minus 125.
I'll be rooting for the Pistons, and I think a lot of people are, just because the story's so good, and I certainly want a Game 7. Don't we all want a Game 7? But I think so much of this hinges on the Knicks, and this has really been the storyline of this series, is that are the Knicks going to bring their A game, or are they going to be asleep at the wheel for portions of the game? Or is Jalen Brunson going to go out of the game with some phantom injury, or not phantom? He's clearly banged up. I don't want to put it in the wrong way, but you get what I'm saying, where it's something or another where he leaves the game. So that's what makes it tough from a betting standpoint, because gone are the days of us getting 6.5 points with the Pistons. Remember those days, Jenks? We saw that line. We say, hey, the Pistons are so much better than this. But now the line is caught up. And so you say to yourself, all these games have been pretty close for the most part. The Pistons have a fighting chance, but the Pistons are favored here. So I think that's what makes it really tough from a betting standpoint. I think I'm going to lean towards the Pistons here, It's not going to be an official play, but I certainly will be rooting for Detroit.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same way. Official? I don't know about that. But I think I just want the Pistons to win. And they certainly have the talent to do it. There's no question about that. Probably going to get a good game regardless. Series price, if you're interested. Knicks are minus 500. The Pistons are plus 375. How about in the Western Conference? Game 6. Nuggets and Clippers. Nuggets lead this series 3-2. They can close it out tonight. But the Clippers are laying 6.5 points. The Clippers are minus 275 on the money line. The Nuggets are plus 220. Your total is 212.5. I've been on the Clippers train, but them laying 6.5 points sure seems like a lot. What am I missing here?
Yeah, this line seems a little steep for my liking. I do think the Clippers probably win, especially at home. But what happens if we see another big game from Jamal Murray? I think that's the question that a lot of people are asking. Because if we have unlocked the bubble version of Jamal Murray, where he goes off and he's dialed in, this is an extremely dangerous Nuggets team. And this is kind of what they have been missing, because usually it's been all about Nikola Jokic. Maybe you get something from Aaron Gordon. But on the flip side, maybe we get a good game from Kawhi. Maybe we get a great game from James Harden. I think those are the questions that I'm asking myself. But how about our plus money plays that we've been kind of tracking? How about a triple-double from Nikola Jokic? Can he do it again? It's plus 105, Jenks. They keep giving it to us for plus money. He's averaged a triple-double during the regular season, and they have a chance to close it out tonight. Will you be betting on this?
Sure. Why not? I mean, here's the thing. If you believe in the Nuggets, two things, that's a great bet. And also, didn't put this in the rundown, which I think is a great call. If you like the Nuggets to win this series, instead of taking them on the series price at minus 200, just bet them plus 220 on the money line to close it out. Get yourself some plus money. I don't know if they win outright, but certainly if they're going to do it, the Joker is going to have a big game. And he averaged a triple-double during the regular season, so why not just give that a shot at plus 105? Chelsea, I think that's a very good bet. Coming up next on the show, we will shift from the games to the actual headlines and continue our coverage of the NBA. No Jordan Hudson involved. Hour 2 of the Daily Tip is next on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM Network. It's time for The Daily Tip
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
with Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Hour 2, the Daily Tip starts right now on the BetMGM Network. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Michael Jenkins. And over the next hour, we'll cover a lot of things. We'll start with some of the biggest narratives brewing in the NBA. Sometimes they're true, sometimes they're overblown. And we're certainly going to have some loud ones today since the Lakers lost last night. At 7:20, we go on to our best bets in baseball. At 7:40, it's still draft season for us. We go through the best power couples. And no, Jordan Hudson and Bill Belichick are not going to make the list for me. Jenks, I feel like you've known a lot of cool people and you've had a lot of big-time jobs. Did you ever know any power couples personally?
Ooh, that's a really good question. Well, I didn't know them personally. I remember I met Matthew McConaughey. I met him a couple times, and that's when he was dating Penelope Cruz, but they weren't together. I mean, they were together at that time. They're not together now. And I remember Matthew's manager at the time telling me all about Matthew and Penelope. So that was kind of an interesting, just kind of insight into, you know, a couple and how they're spending their time together and they're always in Louisiana, that kind of thing. Power couples that I know. Well, it was more, I'm trying to think of famous power couples. Man, that's tough.
What about DC ones? Like, because maybe it's not like the A-list stratosphere, but I'm sure like in DC you knew some people that were like, because I think in like the news business, a lot of people date simply because you're always at the news station.
Yeah,
so
for
do you
sure.
know anybody in DC that you are unafraid to call up by name?
I will say I would call them a power couple. They were not well known by name, but some couples friends of ours. Like they're very prominent just in what they do. It's a very DC thing. Like he's a super prominent real estate agent for Sotheby's, and she's the head of fashion or heads up fashion displays in different cities for a major brand in New York City and Chicago. And so she's always traveling and deciding how displays should look and how the brand should be promoted in different areas. So I consider them a power couple because, you know, when you look at what they do and how they carry themselves and they'll have get-togethers, I'm like, oh, this is kind of a every now and then I'm like, I'm in a different, I'm just in a different quartile here, or I'm in a different percentage of the population. And so when I see that sometimes I'm like, oh. I remember one time years ago, I was actually with this couple, and they're great. They're awesome, awesome people, by the way. Totally deserve everything. And I was at this real estate party, and it was very well-to-do. Like there was a lot of people there. It was sort of uppity, and drinks were being served and food was being served, and everyone's like, what do you do? It was a very DC thing, right? In this grand ballroom, and we ended up there. But I remember I made a joke. I thought it was so funny. Like someone, as we were walking out, like had a tray of hors d'oeuvres or something and spilled them. And I whipped my head around and I said, this would never happen at a Redfin party. And this guy goes, sir, I'm so sorry. And I was like, no, and I started laughing. I was like, I am absolutely kidding with you. I do not care. Do you need some help? And it was totally fine. But I just thought it was so funny in the moment that everyone was just so uptight. And so every now and then, yeah, I'll run into a couple or I'll have a conversation. There's also one guy I know around the corner, and he's a super nice guy. I don't think he's involved with anyone, but he's very dicey about what he does, and we'll have conversations from time to time. But the last time I talked to him, he was at a presidential convention, and he was telling me about hanging out with John Legend and Chrissy Teigen, and he's very nice, and just dropping all these names. And I was like, but he never really says what he does. I'll be like, how are things going, and he'll reveal only so much information. So here in DC, you do find that from time to time.
Yeah, I feel like you know a lot of interesting people, and that's why I asked. Because I feel like if we wanted to do like a name drop segment, I feel like you would do pretty well, James. Like I know you sandbag here on the show a lot, but you've got some good stories.
And then it's like, hey, look at this guy in the corner doing his podcast, hanging out with a dentist. Like, hey, guys, man, look at us. Can I get a shot?
This would never happen on my podcast.
Exactly.
With our inflatable donkey.
Right, yeah, it's hard to, like, in those circles, it's like, you know, what do you do? I voice an inflatable donkey. All right, okay, well, the back door is there, sir. So, there you go. You can just make yourself out.
Stand in the back of the group photo.
Yeah. Why don't you guys want me in your picture? That's enough. Just go ahead and go.
Really classing
this
up
guy.
the joint. Oh
no. How did things end up here? Well, there we are. There you go, Donkster. So yeah, every now and then, yeah, I'll run into that bubble, and it's always fascinating to sort of hear about and see for sure.
Yeah. All right. So a little tease for what's coming up next on the show. We will draft our favorite power couples in sports. I don't know if music is off limits, but maybe I'll go there. That's coming up later on the show. All right, Jenks, we did have a scary moment in Major League Baseball last night at the Pirates game. A fan fell 21 feet from the top of the right field bleachers. He did get immediate care from both training staffs and was taken to the hospital. As of now, we do not have any more information. Certainly hoping that fan makes a full recovery. Both teams have made statements. I know Andrew McCutcheon put out a statement on Twitter kind of hoping that the fan was okay. Something you never hope to see, but just a reminder to be extremely careful when you go to these baseball games. We'll certainly keep you posted if we find out any more on that situation. All right, switching gears to the NBA. Of course, we're going to have all kinds of narratives on the loose today because the Lakers have lost in the first round. Who could imagine LeBron and Luka going down the first round basically without much of a fight? So, Jenks, let me ask you this before we get to really, the narrative watch today.
Sure.
Did you expect the Lakers to go down this quickly? Like, I think you look at the matchup and you say the Timberwolves are really good. A team with a ton of size, athleticism, and depth. But did you really expect the Lakers to go down in 5 games? It was quicker than I thought.
Yeah, I agree. I like the Timberwolves to win this series, and I was not alone in that respect. So I'm not putting it out there like, oh, I called it. A lot of people just thought this was a bad matchup for the Lakers, and it was. But I'm like you. I certainly did not think that the Lakers would pull one single win in this series. But they're older, but it just goes back to what we talked about during, the regular season after this Luka trade is that they don't have depth and they don't have size in the middle. And so if you have a team that has size in the middle, and certainly Minnesota does, and especially if they have depth, you're going to have a real problem for the Lakers because Luka and LeBron can only take you so far. It's rare when you have a championship-laden team that has a couple stars and really not a lot of other guys. There's usually some key pieces that maybe you don't think about initially, but then when you think about the totality of the team, you're like, oh, wow, there's a lot of different contributors there in different ways, and the Lakers just don't have that. But, yeah, I thought they'd, at minimum, get a couple games or push this to 7, so I'm surprised that the Timberwolves made it look so easy.
Yeah, but all the logic and all the reasoning that you just used that was based in facts and matchups and giving the Timberwolves credit, I feel like we're not going to see a lot of that today, Jenks. What do you think is the wildest take that somebody is going to have on one of those debate shows? Like, I feel like LaShawn McCoy or somebody is going to say something wild like, was Nico Harrison right?
Oh, God.
Like, get him off the show.
Yeah. It's time to
say something like that.
It's time to acknowledge the truth. Nico Harrison was right all along. Okay. Sure. I think someone will come out and, in fact, we have a poll right now on X where who would you blame for the Lakers' loss is if there is anyone to blame. Sometimes a team is better than you. Like, I think this is a situation. The Timberwolves are just better than the Lakers. Forget about seeding. I think they're a better basketball team. But everyone likes to hand out blame, and I think someone will come out today and blame LeBron for some reason. LeBron was perfectly fine in this series. He was perfectly good, but he can't do everything. Someone's going to come out, like we're going to see a headline, Stephen A. says LeBron could have done more, or something like that, where we're going to put it on LBJ, and it's really not fair to him.
I feel like, especially in the NBA these days, it can't be one or two guys. You almost have to have a super team. or
Yeah.
you have to have one or two superstars and extremely deep bench. And the Lakers just didn't have that. So look at some of the superstars in the NBA right now. Like, look at Giannis in Milwaukee, the Greek freak, somebody who's been an MVP of the league, and he didn't even have a prayer against the Pacers. So you look at how deep the West is, and even look at some of these games with Nikola Jokic. The game that he scored 62 points, and the Nuggets still lost. And we've seen this with Luka Doncic in the past with the Mavericks, where he's had massive games and massive series, and yet his team still doesn't win at all. So I think there's your answer there, is just because you have two superstars does not a championship team make, especially in the era where we have all these teams that have the superstars and the depth.
Exactly. And let's be honest, Luka is a massive defensive liability. So not only when the Lakers traded away Anthony Davis, and look, you make that trade 10 out of 10 times. It's the right call to make. There's no question about it. But they lost size and they lost defense. And so when you bring in Luka, you get a superstar, but you don't get a guy who can play defensively. And so that's something that you have to mitigate. If you're the Lakers, they tried to when they tried to make that trade for Mark Williams. But ultimately, when you have a team that can beat you in different ways with different players like the Timberwolves, then that defensive liability really stands out.
Yeah, and sometimes it's not about blame. I think it's exactly what you said. Like, the better team just won.
Right.
Like, are you looking back at, like, the Commanders and Eagles game and saying,
right,
who do we blame on the Commanders? You don't blame anybody. The Eagles were just better. You know, and sometimes that's just sports, and that's just it. So I think moving forward, the Timberwolves are certainly going to be a team to watch. I think the next narrative that's probably going to be on the horizon is Anthony Edwards the new face of the league? Because if you watch him play, he is certainly electrifying. And he had some big games in this series. Scored 43 points in the game before this one. I know it was the Rudy Gobert show, which was not something I had on my bingo card from a scoring aspect. But he did kind of manipulate the matchup there. And that's just the fact that the Lakers didn't have a big man. But, Jenks, what do you think the future holds for Anthony Edwards? Do you think he's going to be one of those guys that's going to be regarded as one of the faces of the league?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know if he'll be the face, and which is always sort of a, it's kind of it's a hard thing to pin down. Like who? Like now, okay,
right.
it's LeBron, subjective. Right? Yes, it's very subjective. That's hard to do. But I think SGA is in that conversation. Anthony Edwards will absolutely be in that conversation, and I think Wemby will be in that conversation as well, just because he just has such freakish athletic talent. The NBA is becoming a more international sport as it has over the past few seasons, but. I mean, Anthony Edwards is only 23 years old. Like, he's still a baby. Do you know what I mean? So he's got such a long career ahead of him. And he's already becoming that guy just because he is someone who carries himself a little bit older than his age, which I think is going to serve him well in this league. But when you talk about that conversation, there's no question he's in that conversation.
Yeah, so now that we've said all these nice things about the Timberwolves, and I'm looking at the odds, Minnesota is 20-1 to win the NBA Finals. They're 6-1 to win the West. Jenks, those feel like awfully long numbers for a team that just showed us just how good they are.
I agree. I think yesterday, Minnesota was, 25-1 to win the NBA Finals? So already that number has moved. Yeah, and we mentioned them. It's easy to get hot on a team or high on a team right after a big win, a series win. But ultimately, if you look at how they're built, this is a team that is built to compete with the teams in the West. They do have a superstar. And I think if you're Minnesota, I think if you're looking at this bet in particular, the one thing that has to encourage you is Anthony Edwards, I believe, led the team in scoring one game in this series when he had 43, I think, and he went off. Outside of that, it was a different player almost every single time. Even Mike Conley was a big contributor last night. Maybe that's not a name that doesn't stir you up and get you excited. Mike Conley's been a hell of an NBA player for a long, long time. One of those guys that has never quite achieved all-star status but has been very good. So he's just one of the many pieces Minnesota has. So this was very much a team win as far as this series is concerned. So the fact that they haven't just had to lean on Anthony Edwards thus far, I think is a good sign for them moving forward.
Yeah, I think that when you have a team that can win in different ways each night, like we saw, dominating the paint last night. The game before, it was Anthony Edwards. So I think if you're looking for a team that has the recipe to contend with the depth, that is the Oklahoma City Thunder. Don't the T-Wolves have a pretty good recipe? I think that's what you're looking at when you're looking at that 6-1 price. Also, if you're looking at the bracket, next up the Timberwolves get the winner of the Rockets and Warriors series, which I feel like both those teams are certainly very good. But if it is the Warriors, it's kind of a team constructed similar to the Lakers, where they don't have a ton of depth. It's a couple superstars, and it's older guys that had to go through the play-in that are a little banged up. So I think the Timberwolves still have a very good shot of winning the Western Conference and even winning the NBA Finals. So both those prices look a little juicy to me. 20-1 to win it all and 6-1 to win the West. Coming up next, time to talk a little baseball. We'll give you our best plays in Major League Baseball. Coming up next here on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back. Off and running on this first day of May. It is May the 1st here on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM. In a few minutes, we'll get to our favorite plays in Major League Baseball and try to pick some winners today. Last night was not great for the show, but there are 162 games in a season. So, Jenks, I am not going to lose confidence in my baseball plays. I feel like betting on baseball is similar to like playing baseball. You know, guys can go 0 for 3, 0 for 5 at the plate. It doesn't mean that you're a bad hitter. It just means you had a bad night.
Yeah, it happens. I mean, that's the sport. We were fading the two worst run line teams in baseball yesterday in the Pirates and the Rockies, and they both won outright. Like, forget about the run line for a second. So, you know, at the end of the day, that's betting, and you have to look at it and say, would I make this pick again, at least for me? And I would. I would go back and say, yeah, I love this handicap. I like this bet. I added your Cubs bet on the run line against the Pirates. I would make that again. I thought it was a great call, which is why I added it. And so that's, as I always say, that's sports betting. If you don't have nights like this, if you don't have days like this, then you don't know the game or you don't bet enough.
Oh, for sure. And I think the tough part now is the mental aspect of these teams that burned you. Because, listen, do we really think the Rockies are going to win 2 games in a row? Because they have won, I repeat, 5 games for the entirety of the season. So usually you would say to yourself, hey, okay, time to fade them again. Let's take the Giants on the run line today.
Yeah.
But I've made this mistake in betting on roulette before, saying, oh, it's hit red like 5 times in a row. It's not going to hit a 6th time, is it? Then it hits for the 6th time. And I had just doubled down and I lost all my money. So, Jenks, do you think this is a fine way to like handicap? Like, will you be betting against the Rockies today?
Sure am. I absolutely am. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this together where I put it together yesterday. I think when I'm not going to bet against the Rockies on the run line, but which is not a bad call, by the way. It's minus 110. But what I might do is go Giants money line, Clippers money line, minus 106. I think the Clippers are 6.5-point favorites. I feel like they win tonight against the Nuggets. But then again, now I think about it, maybe that's not a good bet. But you've got Justin Verlander going for the Giants. He has not been great, but God, Rockies just stink. And winning 2 games back-to-back, I understand your roulette argument, and you're not wrong. But this is a bad Rockies team, and the Braves bats just happened to go cold yesterday. So I'm going to fade the Rockies in some way, shape, or form.
But imagine how mad you'll be if the Rockies win again. Like, that's the other thing.
True.
It's like, I think of my mindset. If I look in the mirror and the Rockies defeat me again, I think I'll probably break a window.
Well, I mean, look, they've won, what now, 5 games? I mean, these guys are on a roll.
Yes.
The odds of a team. Yes. Yeah. The Rockies. Good job, guys. You did it. You did it. Yeah, I'm going to fade them again. And also, when you look at the pitching mismatch today, I mean, it's a mismatch every single day with the Rockies. That is just baseball. That is sports betting. But ultimately, I have no issue fading bad teams for the right price. I think ultimately this is price dependent. So I saw someone taking the Giants on the money line. I'm like, I'm not taking the Giants on the money line. It's minus 235. Like, come on. I'm not going to do that. But if you want to take on the run line the Giants, then again, it's minus 110. That's your basic standard bet. So I have no issue with continuing to find ways to take advantage of really bad teams, and not just teams who are having a losing streak or having a bad stretch. I mean, truly bad teams.
Well, and also, like, the numbers support it as well. Like, I know it's a pretty surface level argument when we first started talking about this, saying, hey, the Rockies aren't going to win 2 games in a row. But especially on the road, like, this is when the Rockies are even worse. If you look at their WRC on the road this year, it's the worst in baseball. And just about every statistical metric, they're the worst team in baseball on the road. Sometimes they'll be a little surprising at home. You know, they play in the altitude. Sometimes it helps the bats. But when they're on the road, it's not the time to play them. And most of the time, it's never the time to play the Rockies, but especially not today. All right, so let's get to some of these other games. I think there were a couple that caught my eye just for the pitching matchups. Hopefully these ones align with the ones that you like as well. So let's start with the Cubs and the Pirates. Paul Skeens is pitching. Obviously, that catches my attention usually. But the Pirates are minus 160. And we talked about this yesterday. I understand the Pirates won yesterday as well, but when it comes to these offenses, these two teams are worlds apart. The Cubs are second in OPS in all of baseball. The Pirates are bottom 5 in every statistical category when it comes to their offense. So, Jenks, does that spell an under for you? Like, if you don't trust the Pirates lineup and you think Paul Skeens is pretty good and can limit the Cubs, do you go first 5 under? Do you go full game under? Or is there a play that I haven't mentioned that you like better?
Well, that's a good question. Wouldn't you just, if you can get the Cubs right now, are the Cubs minus 145 on the money line? Is that right? Or the Pirates favored?
No, it's the Pirates are favored.
Oh, my God. I'd take the Cubs. I'd take the Cubs, honestly, at plus money here. I know it's Paul Skeens, but here's the thing. Then you're giving way to a Pirates bullpen, and the Pirates lineup just doesn't hit anyway. No, I'd take the Cubs at plus money here. When do you get this is one of the rare times I feel like that the Pirates are probably overvalued because of Paul Skeens, even though he's awesome, but he's not going to pitch the full game. So if you want to go first 5 under, I like that bet. If you want to go full game under, I like that. But there's no way that I am laying the juice with Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I think that's the good case to be made. And even this number has gone down overnight. So the Pirates were minus 160 last night, and now they're minus 145. So, Jenks, I think that a lot of people are seeing the same thing that you're saying and saying, hey, do we trust this Pirates offense? Do we trust this Pirates bullpen? If the answer is no, then you take the other team, the much better overall team, at plus money. And plus, we should mention the fact that Colin Ray's been really good. 1-0 this year with a .96 ERA. Does he have the stuff that Paul Skeens has? No, but he's pitching to the Pirates, which definitely makes a difference. All right, so speaking of good pitchers, Diamondbacks and Mets have 2 pretty good starters going today. Zach Gallen, the numbers don't show it. He's 1-4 with a 5.57 ERA, but we know he has good stuff. Kodai Senga goes for the Mets, who are favored minus 150 at home. Senga 3-1 with a 1.26 ERA. Total of 7.5 in this one. And I think this is where it gets tough from a total standpoint, is that you have 2 good pitchers, but 2 really good offenses as well. So, Jenks, I know this one kind of has signals pointing in opposite directions in some regards. Is there something that you like in this game from a betting standpoint?
I want to shop around. I want to see if I can find the Mets on the money line. I know there's going to be a lot of people on the Diamondbacks, and I understand that because it is a good value play, and you don't want to lay too much with the Mets. I know they lost last night, but still, this is still a Mets team that is 13-2 overall at home this year. And also, with Zach Gallen, sometimes you have to separate the player from the numbers, and Zach Gallen, frankly, has been very mediocre this season. If you just strip the name off the jersey, he has an ERA well over 5. He's given up 16 earned runs in his last 21 1/3 innings. Kodai Senga has been something this year. He has not given up more than 2 runs in any start. So I will trust Senga. I will trust a Mets team that has been a wagon at home despite that loss last night. So I would play the Mets in some way if you can find a good price, or maybe Mets first 5.
I think I'm a little too conflicted because, is anybody going to be shocked if, Zach Gallen has a good game? I understand some of his numbers this year aren't that great, but remember that we're only a month into the season. When you have, 4 starts for a pitcher, is that really a good indication of, what he truly is? I'm not so sure. I'm not arguing that against Senga because we have a larger sample size from last year, knowing that he is a good pitcher. But also, both these offenses are good. The Diamondbacks sit in the top 5 in OPS. Maybe the Mets statistically aren't quite as good, but they are in the top 10. So, I was thinking to myself, okay, if both these pitchers give up, a couple in the first few innings, maybe we can scratch off more in the bullpen. But I don't know. I'm also not going to be shocked if both these pitchers dominate. So I'm not going to be betting on this game. Maybe from a watching perspective, it is interesting because the Mets have been so good at home this year. But maybe one that's not going to make the card for me. All right, next up, let's go to the Royals and the Rays. Seth Lugo, show favorite. I feel like over the years he's made us a lot of money. But it's the Rays that are home favorites here. Minus 150. Shane Baz gets the ball for Tampa Bay. 3-0, 2.45 ERA, total of 8 runs. Jenks, this price seems a little steep to me. I can understand why Tampa Bay would be favored, but minus 150?
No, thanks. I'm going with the under here. I'm going to add this to the card. I like this game a lot. So Seth Ligo, as you mentioned, once again has been extremely effective for the Royals, ERA of 3.08. But Shane Baz has been even better. He's only had one start this season where he struggled, gave up 5 runs to the Yankees. That was a couple of outings ago. But outside of that, he's been almost unhittable this season. Both of these pins surprisingly strong over the past couple of weeks, and both of these teams are under teams. Kansas City in particular hits the under about 65% of the time. That is one of the best marks in baseball. So I'm happy to get an 8 here. If you can find 8.5, awesome, but I'm going to go under.
Yeah, you can get an 8.5 at BetMGM for -125 if you do like that. And the majority of bettors are certainly on your side. If you look at the totals, 79% of the bets are on the under right now. And surprisingly, 65% of the money on the Rays. And that price has jumped to -170. So I think a lot of people are seeing the numbers for Shane Baz. But I think if you don't want to believe in these offenses, maybe the under is the way to go. Also, this is an early start. It's a 12-10 start. Sometimes that can go in the favor of pitchers just because the hitters, it's a different time of day. And sometimes it takes them a little bit longer to get warmed up because they're, used to playing at night. All right, next up, how about, we've talked about the Rockies and the Giants. How about this one, Jenks? I know it's not on your card, but I was thinking about trying to find an angle in this one because Tyler Mahle's been so good for the Rangers. He's 3-0 this year with a 1.14 ERA, but the Rangers are -160. And I think the A's are still one of those teams that I'm quietly afraid to fade. Jeffrey Springs gets the ball for Oakland. He's not been good this year, 3-3 with a 6.04 ERA. But it's hard to make a case for the Rangers. I think in my mind, I say to myself, hey, they have a good lineup. They, their offense should be pretty good. But the numbers just don't really support it. They're not one of those teams that's sitting in the top 10 of just about anything. Can you make a case for any side in this game? Like, how do we play the fact that Tyler Mahle has been so good? Is this one that just gets left on the cutting board, or can you find an angle?
I would maybe look at the under here. I know that when you see the Athletics, just make sure if you're going to play an under, you play the Athletics when they're on the road, right? They're not in Sacramento, they're in Texas. But the Rangers have been, I think, the best or definitely top 5 under teams in all of baseball this season. And so when you see Jeffrey Springs struggling with an ERA over 6, okay, I get it. But the question is, will that Rangers lineup be able to hit him like other teams have? I don't really think so based on what we've seen. I mean, you pointed that out. The names are there. The numbers have not been. And then Tyler Mahle's been great. So the Athletics can hit too. They're a surprisingly good, spry lineup. But ultimately, when you're facing a pitcher that good, that should probably limit their offensive output. I'm kind of surprised this is at 8.5. I think I'd go under.
I think that or you go a first 5 under because going along with the handicap for the Rangers and their offense being a little pedestrian, they're one of the worst first 5 teams in all of baseball, averaging under 2 runs a game in the first 5 innings of play, good for 24th in Major League Baseball. And that's kind of a more specific handicap if you're saying, hey, I believe in Tyler Mahle, maybe not the bullpen, but if you think you can shut down those A's bats, I think that is probably the way to go. I would imagine that would be 4.5. So maybe that's one you can play in that regard. All right, so maybe let's go to the Red Sox and the Blue Jays here. Tanner Huck does not have good numbers. He had one start that really skewed his ERA. He has a 7.58 ERA on the season. This game is a pick'em. Jose Barrios goes for Toronto. Total of 8 runs. I feel like when I first saw these two pitchers, I kind of leaned towards the over, but I don't know who I can trust here. Anything you see that stood out to you on this game? I know it's not one of your favorites. I don't know.
This is a tough one. I mean, God, I'm a flip of the coin. Who would I go with here? I mean, the Blue Jays have been so bad, but Tanner Huck is. I know. I mean, maybe you go with the Red Sox, right? Because the Blue Jays are a surprisingly bad hitting team. The Red Sox have a better lineup, but maybe Huck, maybe that ERA is skewed a little bit. So maybe he steps it up and the Red Sox can pull away late. God, this is not my favorite game on the card. I guess I would lean Red Sox, but that is definitely not one of my stronger plays.
Yeah, I was just going down the list and trying to find some interesting ones. I think it's interesting to me that, nobody in the AL East wants to, run away with things. I understand the Yankees are pretty good, but the expectations for them are, World Series or bust. But, the Red Sox have been mid. The Blue Jays will be lucky to be called mid. The Rays are I feel like they're always kind of in like a rebuilding season because they never want to pay anybody. Also, they're playing somewhere that's not their home stadium. And the Orioles, they've been a disappointment as well. I don't know what the AL East is doing. Be better.
Be better, AL. The Orioles are especially disappointing, I think. Like, that's the one thing I can't get over. Like, I mean, the Yankees are probably going to win this thing, but the fact the O's are just sitting there just kind of middling is something I did not anticipate.
Yeah, the AL East, once the cream of the crop in Major League Baseball. You guys are mid now. Step it up, boys. We still have plenty of season left, I suppose. And we still have plenty of show left. Coming up next, we will draft our favorite power couples. You won't want to miss it next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, we're off. We're rolling. It's a Thursday here on the show. I've got my second refill of coffee, and I'm ready to be caffeinated. And I'm ready for our next segment, which is our draft of power couples in the sports world. And Jenks, I just realized that this had a sports spin on it. So some of my candidates on my big board were people who have nothing to do with sports. So I'm going to have to do some rearranging. But it's funny to me how often some people use the Notes app on their phone. And because you are not an Apple person, what's the equivalent on your, what is it, Android, Samsung, tablet? I don't know what they even call your phone.
I just use a paper and pencil, Chelsea. That's what I use. If I want to send you something, I'll put it in the good old U.S. mail. No, you know what I do? I text myself, honestly, is what I do. I just text myself. So that way, I have it right there. I have a note. It's whatever the app is on this. You have a billion apps. I think it's the Tasks app or the To-Do app from Microsoft, whatever. But I just text myself because it's right there. And, you're always getting text messages anyway. So I generally have it right there. I have instead of opening up and having a specific app where let me organize my lists or things, I'm just let me jot this down real quick. I'll send it to myself. It's right there.
I do this obviously with the Notes app, but I find myself doing this for so many things, not just show prep, but if I have an idea, I feel like the best ideas come to you when you're doing other things. My mom was a songwriter and she would always keep an idea book. And this is back before, phones and technology. So it was just this little tablet that was, the size of an index card. It had those little spiral springs, and she would write down her ideas. So I feel like this is the new age version of that, but I feel like everybody does this.
Yeah, I think so as well. People have their own, there's a million different ways to do it. Sometimes I'll email myself if there's a handful of things in my head. I'll jot something down, read this article. I want to read this article, do this, email, whatever. It's just whatever's available at the time, something very quick. But yeah, I feel like now everyone does that. It's just the new age version of, a list of a shopping list or just a Post-it note or something like that. Now you just pick up your phone, you're good to go.
I feel like in middle school, I used to write things on my skin. Did you ever do this? Back in the heyday of gel pens. Remember when gel pens were super popular?
I do.
Look at my gel pens. I'm going to write things on my wrists. I'm sure that was super toxic. And all the crunchy moms now would be like, so it has so many chemicals. I can't believe that's on your skin. It's all right, Sheila, you get Botox. So pipe down. But I love gel pens.
Oh, you know what? All that stuff where, this is everything, if you look, not everything, but a lot of things, if you look hard enough, are going to have something that may not be good for you in some way, shape, or form, So that's the last resort, right? If you don't have anything with you, now everybody has their phone. But even if you didn't have your phone, if you have a pen or something, you can just write in your skin. I've done that before. You need to remember something or, I got to remember this number, just write it down and, good to go. There's always a way. And you know what? You're fine. Your skin will be just fine. You're exposed to God knows what all day long. You'll be okay.
I saw a TikTok where because I live on a golf course, I'm going to be living a shorter life because of the chemicals used on the golf course.
Oh,
say, do not buy a house on a golf course. So many chemicals. All right, we'll see. Maybe I'll die tomorrow. Who knows? All right, so let's get to our draft. I'm not sure if we have a sounder for this. I think we have the draft, actual pick sounder, but let's get into it. We are extending draft season to the Daily Tip, and this week we are drafting our favorite power couples. So I'm going to go first, and I am going to waste very little time because I feel like there is a very obvious choice for the number one overall pick, and it goes to Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift. You can roll your eyes all you want, but this is the number one power couple in the world, bar none. Even if you take sports out of the equation, who was the hottest couple this year? It was Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift. So do your belly aching. I don't care. This is the true number one overall pick. All right. So as for the order, Jenks, I think you're next. Who are you choosing with the number 2 overall pick?
I'm going old school. David and Victoria Beckham. All right. Come on. This is a classic.
That's a good one.
They've been together they've been married since 1999. Started dating in 1997. They both look great. Spice Girl, soccer legend. Come on. And they had the staying power. Yes. David Victoria Beckham.
Ooh, I didn't think of that one. That's a really good one. So we were talking about this in our group chat. So Double D and then are you guys like
So we are a
team?
power couple drafting squad. So I'm going to do our first pick. Double D will do our next two, and then I will round up the final pick for us. I had both of those teams on my board.
Okay.
I feel I knew Tavis was not going to reach me at number 3 overall.
Tavis.
So I'm going to go in the world of the NBA. I don't know if he's a billionaire yet, but he's about to be, and his wife certainly helps. I'm taking Steph and Aisha Curry at number 3 overall.
Solid.
Ooh, that's a good one. Even though I do think she might be famous because he's famous, but she is doing like
She
cooking
had a
stuff.
cooking
and-
show. Yeah.
Yeah, she's cooking, just like Steph. All right, so is it my turn again?
No, it's
or
Double
is
D. We're
it-
doing snake draft, so it's
Oh,
Double D's
okay,
turn
snake
now.
draft.
Double D. Where's he going to go?
I am actually going to go with a couple that presented themselves last night at the Lakers game. I'm going with A-Rod and Charlotte Flair.
Oh, Double D.
I didn't even know they were dating. That's a new one.
Nobody did until last night.
And
But
now they're
that is
number
a
one.
power couple.
Oh, they're okay. Yeah. How long do they last? 4 weeks?
That was my question.
I mean, she just got
divorced.
Yeah, she just got divorced for the
4-3.
second time, so
well,
you make that call.
Hmm.
I got to look
All
this
right,
up.
snake
A-Rod,
draft here.
Charlotte Flair. Okay.
It's a good one, though. Like, they're
Yeah.
both very successful. All right, Jenks, who are you going next?
Giselle and her jiu-jitsu instructor, Joaquin Valente. They're both trying to be healthy. She's coming off being married to the greatest quarterback of all time. What was he doing? Teaching jiu-jitsu locally? It's still Giselle. And I was perusing Reddit yesterday, and apparently Giselle's about to get her purple belt here in a couple of years. So let's go her. Let's go her and her jiu-jitsu instructor.
Well, it'd have to be like a maternity one. Didn't she just have a baby? I think she just had a baby, if I'm not mistaken.
I know she was
No?
pregnant. Did she have the baby?
I think so. Clearly, we're on top of everything pop
Yes.
culture related here on the show. I can't believe nobody took this next one, and I was crossing my fingers saying, "Don't take them, don't take them." Paul Skeens, Livy Dunn. What are we doing?
Oh,
That's it
yeah.
for me.
That's a good one.
It's a good one. They're young, they're hip, they've got the younger demographic that I don't keep track of, but they are important. So that's my next one. All right, so back down the list. Jenks, you have another pick. Who's next for you off of your big board?
Well, no, you got another one, Chelsea.
Yeah, you got one more.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah,
put
snake
me on the
drafts are a
spot
steal.
here.
Yeah.
Okay, I have two directions that I could possibly go here, but I think I'm going to go the wrestling route. I know you guys love wrestling, so how about Mike the Miz and Maurice? I love them both. Rate my pick, guys.
That's a
Here's the
good
reason I
one.
like Maurice. She was
Yeah.
on Total Divas, and she's this like hot blonde bombshell. I think she's like French Canadian.
French. Yeah.
And Mike the Miz, I feel like, has been really good in wrestling. Has he not? Like, I don't follow wrestling, so maybe not the person to ask, but I feel like they call themselves the It Couple. They have a show on USA. They have a beautiful family. So I'll go with them next.
I think that's a good pick.
I'm going old school couples because I like couples that have stayed together, like star couples that have stayed together for a long time, which is difficult to do. Like A-Rod's a perfect example of that. Charlotte Flair is a good example of that. Andre Agassi and Steffi Graf. How about that? Married since 2001. 30 Grand Slam singles titles between them. She has 22. He has 8. They have a very fascinating story, too, about how he wanted to date her for like I remember reading about this years ago. He wanted to date her for a long time. And, of course, from different countries and, wouldn't seem like a couple. And she was very hesitant, didn't really want to date him. And then they finally got together and they immediately clicked. And they've been together for coming up on 25 years. So Andre Agassi, Steffi Graf.
It's a really good one. All right, who's
There you go.
next?
All right, Double D.
All right, we're headed back to the wrestling kingdom. Seth frickin' Rollins and Becky Lynch.
Oh, wow.
I love that. But Becky Lynch better be a superstar. She was in Billions. I don't know
was she?
Yeah, she was in Billions. I think she was in Billions. She was on one of the HBO shows.
Correct. She was.
Yeah, Billions. She's going to be in Hollywood soon. Seth Rollins was cut
That's a
out of
Showtime
Captain America.
show. Isn't it Showtime? It's not HBO. Billions is Showtime.
Maybe
is it not?
Clearly, I'm a huge Billions fan. I only watch it because Becky Lynch was on it. I'm going to take the absolute steal of the draft. I did not think this pick would get to me at this point in the draft, but it has. Our big boss man texted me about this. I told him I'm just waiting on it. They're going to pass on it. I'm taking Josh Allen and Haley Steinfeld.
Oh, good call.
I mean,
Ooh,
they're about to. That's
that
the power
one.
couple right now.
Yeah.
Sinners, great quarterback.
Yesterday.
I know he was on the show. So that's rounding out our board. We're done.
That's a
Okay.
strong list.
Okay,
Right,
so
Jenks,
who
your
would
final
be
pick.
next? Can we keep going? Because I've got one more that I forgot about that I had written down and I didn't say it.
Yeah,
Jenks,
you
are
each get two
next?
more. So Jenks,
You
your
can have
final
a
pick,
pick.
and then Chelsea, you get one more.
All right, I got one more. Go ahead, Chelsea. Is it me?
Yeah,
Well,
it's
it's
you.
your turn.
Oh, it's me? How about D Wade and Gabrielle Union?
It's a good pick. They're on my board.
Ooh.
Oh, I'm going with the couples again that have staying power, but I feel like when they first started going out, it was a big thing, and then it was not a big thing just because it's like, yeah, they're together. Great couple, good-looking couple, solid, can't go wrong. They're off the board.
Yeah, and they bring it. If you remember Gabrielle Union and Bring It On, which is my memory of her. Finally, for me, Kate Upton, Justin Verlander.
Great pick.
It's a classic.
I mean, and the way that they flirted during baseball games, I feel like this would be frowned upon now. The fact that he would toss her baseballs and smile at her and the Riz factor was off the charts. But she used to be the it girl. Before it was Sydney Sweeney, it was Kate Upton. She used to be the thing.
Yeah. Yeah, right about
She's
that.
still very hot.
Yes,
I don't think she's
not unattractive.
I don't think she's diminished in talent anytime soon. Maybe the same would not be said for Justin Verlander, but he's still pretty good. All right, coming up next here on the show, it's hour 3, and we'll start with some of the narratives in the NBA. Fair or unfair? We will debate next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
From the BetMGM Network, it's time for the Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League Soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Let's do it. It is hour 3 of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Good morning. It is a Thursday. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up in our final hour, we will get you set for both NBA games on the card tonight. Each team, the Knicks and the Nuggets, try to move on to the conference semifinals. And to that end, we will talk with NBA Odyssey insider Nick Friedel as he gives us his preview of the action on the hardwood tonight. And you know what time it is. In 40 minutes, our best bets of the day. Chelsea, we will get into T-Wolves Lakers as well and talk about the Timberwolves moving on after punishing the Lakers last night and winning that series 4-1. What does the future hold for LeBron James? We'll hear from him as well. But we know that Anthony Edwards, you were telling me that he is a big smack talker. And I have seen this. The NBA, I mean, these guys are always jawing at each other. But these young kids like Anthony Edwards, I sort of love it when they have the game to back up their talk. Not a lot of guys do. Sometimes you see guys talk, I'm like, dude, you average 3 points a game, you hit one shot. But he's a guy who can absolutely walk the walk.
Yeah, you can just say Dylan Brooks. You can just say Dylan Brooks. You cannot talk the talk when you are not one of the main guys, even though I will say Dylan Brooks' team is still alive. But you're right. Guys like Pat Bev, Dylan Brooks, these are not guys who can back up the trash talk. Anthony Edwards is one of those guys who certainly can't. And I feel like there has been so many like conspiracy theories about like Michael Jordan has like an illegitimate son. Is it Anthony Edwards? Mm-hmm. Simply because he kind of looks like him and his game kind of like resembles it a little bit, just because he is so fearless and he is such an electric factory when he has his game turned on. But like, it's crazy to me that we wake up and see Rudy Gobert was the electric factory last night for the Timberwolves and not Anthony Edwards. And I think that's a testament to how deep this Timberwolves team is and the fact that it's not just one player that gets the job done in the NBA anymore. You need a whole team.
Yeah, and Minnesota has that. They beat the Lakers 103-96, so the T-Wolves don't just cover the 5.5-point spread. They come home at plus 185 on the money line. The under hits, by the way, total set at 209 and a hook. Rudy Gobert was unbelievable last night. 27 points, 24 rebounds, both career playoff highs. And then you have Ant Edwards, 15 points, 11 boards. Luka had 28. LeBron had 22. But ultimately, this was a decision that J.J. Redick made where he decided he wasn't going to go with anyone in the middle. He was going to play small ball. And if you're looking to place blame, I'm not one to say, oh, it's your fault or it's your fault. I felt like this was almost a desperation move. Like nothing has worked against the Timberwolves, so let's try this, let's try that. Ultimately, Minnesota is just a better team. They proved that despite the seeding during this series. But going small was not the right call for J.J. Redick and the Lakers, because once that happened, Rudy Gobert went absolutely off. And we knew going in, one of the weaknesses of the Lakers, Chelsea, is that they don't have a lot of size and don't have a lot of defense in the middle, and it really came back to bite them in this game.
Oh, absolutely. Rudy Gobert put up video game numbers in this one. 27 points, 24 rebounds. Julius Randle was big as well. We know he's another guy that can, pound the paint. So Rudy Gobert and Julius Randle combined for 50 points last night. And it's wild to me that the T-Wolves won a game in which Anthony Edwards went 0 of 11 from the three-point line. Like, usually when you see a superstar go that cold, it's night-night for that team, and they're not going to win the game. So I think that the T-Wolves are just a better overall team. There's going to be so many narratives thrown out today about, was Nico Harrison right? In fact, we were just joking about this. We said, who's going to be tweeting this out as rage bait? BetMGM did. They just tweeted this like 5 minutes ago, and it's a meme of Luka looking up at the scoreboard saying, "Woke up realizing Nico Harrison might have been right."
Oh.
Get out of here. That's not it.
No.
I know what you're doing. Engagement farming.
What are the Mavericks doing right now? Nothing. Crickets. Dead silence. And also, we tend to think about things like this in the short term, but when you're thinking long term, what team would you rather be? Of course, you would rather be the Lakers with a superstar Luka Doncic than a Mavericks club where you've got the entire fan base turned against you. You've got a former majority owner in Mark Cuban who says, yeah, I would have gotten more. You've got guys who are perennially injured and, well, now Kyrie Irving, but especially Anthony Davis. I mean, I would not go back. If you could do it again, would you do it again? 1,000 times yes, if you're the LA Lakers. So now that LA is out, I think you asked me this earlier, so let me turn it around and ask you. While I did expect the Timberwolves to win this series because they match up so well with LA, aren't we both a little stunned that LA went so quietly?
Yeah, they won one game.
Yeah.
And they're out in the first round, especially for a team that always has high expectations. When you're the Lakers and you have the storied past of LA and you have LeBron James and Luka Doncic, one would think you could at least steal another game, but it wasn't the case. And I think a lot of it is just due to the matchup. Like, we see this sometimes. Sometimes the matchup is just bad. In years past, it's been the Nuggets who absolutely slay the Lakers. I think they sent them home from the postseason like each of the past 2 seasons because they have Nikola Jokic. Even with Anthony Davis, it was just too much. So once again, big men are, the Achilles heel of this Lakers team when they're in the postseason. I did expect like more late game heroics. Do you think it was fair for us to assume that Luka could just go to the Lakers and like instantly click and instantly win, an NBA Finals? Because it is a tall task. And we've seen this with other teams where sometimes it takes a while for an offensive lineup to click and really, build around the key pieces. So it was pretty soon. Like, Luka was just traded to the Lakers not that long ago.
Well, I think it's totally unfair to expect the Lakers to challenge for a title, honestly. Now, of course they had a chance with LeBron and Luka, of course. But there's a difference between, the public and sort of the experts here, and I am not an expert, but immediately, as soon as this Luka trade was made, where did all the money pour in? All of the money poured in on the Lakers to win the NBA title. And of course, Vegas is like, just keep bringing it. But if you took a close look beyond the superstars, we saw some real issues for the Lakers, which is no size, no defense. So when you bring Luka, what do you bring to the table? You bring a generational superstar, an incredible offensive player, but someone who is a huge liability on defense. And when you traded away an incredible defensive player in Anthony Davis to get Luka, that trade-off has a real effect, which is, yeah, you won this trade. There's no question about it. I don't care what people say, what memes are being put up, or what the talking points are today. The Lakers won this trade in spades, okay? They're in the postseason. The Mavericks are not. But it doesn't mean that the Lakers don't have issues to address. And if you look a little bit beyond the star power, you saw, who else is going to play besides these two guys? Where's the depth and production going to come from? Where's the defense going to come from? Who's going to be the one in the middle to provide some sort of way to stop anyone that has size on the inside? And the Lakers didn't have answers to any of those questions. So certainly when you have two big-time players, you always have a chance. But if you took a step back, you realized there's some big holes here as well.
Yeah, so now I feel like we should apply this knowledge to another team that's kind of constructed the same way. Because, Jenks, I want the Warriors to be in the Western Conference Finals, but it feels like they kind of have a similar makeup to where it feels like if you want to take down Oklahoma City, you have to have some depth. And remember, it's not a one-game series. You've got to win multiple games against Oklahoma City. And I do feel like the T-Wolves probably are the best constructed of any team in the West still standing. Like, we're still waiting to see who wins the Clippers and Nuggets series because that's been a good one as well. But we were talking about this earlier in the show. The prices on the T-Wolves right now, 20-1 to win the NBA Finals and 6-1 to win the West. Pretty tempting.
It is pretty tempting. I mean, the T-Wolves are constructed really well. Let me say that. It's going to be I think a fascinating contrast in styles because the Thunder are so up-tempo and can score at such a quick rate. And yet, Minnesota is a great defensive team as well. Rudy Gobert, you can knock him all you want. You can call him soft and say he's not a great offensive player. That's fine. He's a 4-time Defensive Player of the Year. So he provides an essential part of any championship squad, which is you have to play great defense. Even Oklahoma City, for as much as they score, one of the best defensive teams in the NBA. So it's sort of a contrast in styles in that the Thunder will want to go, potentially, they want to go up and down the court. Minnesota wants to sort of beat you up a little bit, which they did to the Lakers. But I don't mind with the way the Timberwolves were playing. At 20-1 to make the finals yesterday, they were at 25-1. So if they continue to look good throughout the postseason, those numbers will shorten. Something else we will see today, as far as narratives go, as far as talking points, is the future of LeBron James, and he addressed that last night after the loss.
I don't know. I don't have the answer to that. Something I'll sit down with my family, my wife, and my support group and kind of just talk through it and see what happens. And then just have a conversation with myself on how long I want to continue to play. I don't know the answer to that right now, to be honest. So let me see.
I don't blame LeBron. In that moment, LeBron is not thinking about his future at that moment. He's thinking about the fact that they lost the series. He lost another chance to win an NBA title. And I don't care whether you thought the Lakers had a fair chance or not. If you're LeBron James, one of the greatest players to ever step foot on a basketball court, the goal every single year is to win a world championship. So to try to process that loss and also your future at once is something that I don't blame him at all. He's going to take his time. And he's said this over the past 2 or 3 years as well.
Yeah, the timing of this question was just tough because we know LeBron is super competitive and he certainly doesn't want to lose to Rudy Gobert. And so the way that the Lakers lost and they only won one game in this first round playoff series, he's not going to be thinking about his career in that moment. Jenks, it's similar to if you drank a ton and you woke up the morning after and you have this huge hangover and somebody sticks a mic in your face and say, hey, when are you drinking again?
Right. I don't know. But I got to think about it. I'm going to talk about it with my family and, just process it for a little bit. But I don't know. And then you wake up a week later, you're feeling fine. You're like, I'm going to go out tonight. And LeBron has a lot to consider here. So LeBron is someone who very much, I believe, understands and wants. He already has his rightful place in NBA history if he never plays basketball again. But he can become the first player to ever play 23 seasons in the NBA if he plays next year. If he plays 50 more games, he breaks the all-time games played record set by Robert Parrish. He gets another year with Bronny. He gets another chance with Luka. They played, less than half a season with maybe a retooled team to make one more run at a title. And by the way, his other son, Bryce, is a freshman at Arizona. If he waits 2 more years, he could maybe play with both of his sons. I just think there's so much on the line. And I think the biggest thing of all is that LeBron is still playing at such a high level. To me, that's the real mark of his career. He's done a billion different things, but his productivity at this stage in his career, 24.4 points per game, 8.2 rebounds, 7.4 assists per game, that is remarkable at his age.
Oh, absolutely. He is still operating at a very high level for somebody who is 40 years old. Nobody's looking at him and saying, yeah, we need to phase him out. He's looking like Peyton Manning on the last leg of his Super Bowl throw where the ball goes 2 yards. No, LeBron is still one of the best players in the entire sport and one of the best players at helping the other guys on the roster look good. So I'm sure that Luka probably doesn't want him to retire, and all of his teammates and people who are Lakers fans. Because imagine if LeBron's taken out of the equation. I know that maybe they could get somebody else, but I don't know. It looks pretty grim, if LeBron's not in the picture, because they couldn't even win a first-round playoff series with LeBron and Luka.
No, that's true. And also, LeBron has a player option for next season. That option is worth $52 million. So, look, he has all the money he needs. But I think if you take that factor along with all of the factors together, I think he probably gives it one more shot. I feel like the competitor in him will say, if we make a move like we were trying to do midseason to bring in a big guy, then we're a different team. Maybe we add a depth piece or two. Bronny's. I don't think Bronny's going to contribute, but he gets another year with his son. I think that's just going to tilt the scales in him playing another season.
We know you're rooting for it. The biggest
yes.
Bronny fan on the network.
Bronny stan.
Yeah, but now everybody's clamoring for Giannis. And here's the thing. It feels very unreasonable just because the guys on the roster are making a lot of money. But we've seen this in the NBA offseason before. There have been fireworks aplenty, and there's always something dramatic brewing. So I don't know. Never say never.
That's true. I think it would be hard, but I mean, you're not wrong. It could happen. I feel like Giannis will want to, I don't know. He doesn't feel like an LA guy to me. I feel like Giannis sort of does his own thing. But money talks. You never know. The chance to win a title ultimately is always the determining factor. Coming up next year on the show, with those 2 playoff games on the card tonight, we got to keep things rolling with our Odyssey NBA insider. Nick Friedel joins us next on the Daily Tip here on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back to the show. Harmonica time, Double D. Great to be with you on a Thursday. It is a Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Thanks for being with us. Appreciate you spending your morning here. Coming up on the show, since we're in the thick of the NBA playoffs, we'll bring in our expert, Nick Friedel, Odyssey NBA insider, to talk about tonight's games and what we saw last night between the Timberwolves and Lakers as well. Chelsea, do you drive a lot? I know it's a random question, but I don't have a car. I haven't had a car. I'm thinking about maybe getting like a used car, so whenever I go to Ashburn or to Northwest Stadium to cover the Commanders. But I haven't had a car in 20-something years. So I drive regularly enough where it's not foreign to me. But do you drive on a regular basis? I feel like you guys are on the road quite a bit. You travel.
Well, I have to drive every day because I live in the suburbs. Like, I can't walk anywhere.
Oh.
So it's either I need to grow crops on my own land or I want to drive to Whataburger. And what do you think I'm going to choose? I'm going to choose Whataburger.
Yes.
Despite the
That's
chemicals.
the best. Do you still have all your faculties because of all the chemicals on the golf course you live next to? I mean, I know it's really dangerous.
Yeah. I'm still alive and kicking. Like,
Okay,
it's
that's
crazy
good.
how some of these moms, like, every single problem is because of red dye. It's like, oh, your child is arguing with me. Did you feed him red dye? It's like, well, I didn't force feed her red dye, but she did have fruit snacks. But listen, I had fruit snacks growing up, and I did survive. So I'm not saying it's the best thing. I understand where they're coming from. But, like, pinning every single problem on, like, something you eat, you got to stop doing that. That's like the people who blame their behaviors on their horoscope. I can't help that I'm 30 minutes late. You know, I'm a Pisces.
Huh?
It's not
So
acceptable.
Pisces of me. Oh. Were you just absent-minded for a second? You're such an Aries. Well, people do that all the time. It's absolutely crazy. I got hit in the head with a baseball bat when I was a kid. Look at me now. Perfect. Cross-eyed.
Standing.
Let's talk about James Worthy last night. Like, you shouldn't have a show. Hey, on the line is Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Friedel. Insider calls are brought to you by Hyundai. We put your safety first and everything else second. Learn more at HyundaiUSA.com. Nick, first of all, thanks for being with us. It's great to have you on the show. Do you think you could take Tyrese Halliburton's dad?
I mean, they called me Nick the Pick for a reason when I played in high school, so I don't think I could take anybody at this point in time. And also, Chelsea, if we're in about red dyes, I ate so many fruit by the foots as a kid that that might be it for me after hearing that. But yeah, I don't think I need to go after Mr. Halliburton or anybody else on the floor at the moment.
Fair enough.
What a wild ride we've already had in the first, 3 minutes of this segment. I feel like it was either, team fruit by the foot or fruit roll-up. Like, there was a side.
Oh, I had them both. One. I was going double-double every day.
Double-double. All right, there's a basketball term. All right, so let's talk a little basketball. Obviously, we're not just here to talk about fruit by the foot, even though I would love to. All right, so we've been talking about some of the narratives that are going to be used, and of course, we're going to see a lot revolving around the Lakers today. Do you think that it's fair to look at that series and say there is some blame for the Lakers, or do you think it's, hey, the Timberwolves were just a better team?
The Timberwolves absolutely were the better team, and Ant dominated and was just a cut above everybody else on the floor throughout most of that thing. But Chelsea, I think that the Lakers absolutely deserve some blame because I always thought they were a flawed team, and I laughed when people would say, oh, well, I think they've got a real chance to get to the finals this year. I'm like, what? with what big men down low? They just didn't have that after all those trades. And I think Rob Pelinka will go back into the different moves that he has to make to get that team better moving forward into next year. But if you have Luka and LeBron, and I know Luka was sick and then the back issues last night, there's no way you should be getting rolled as easily as it appeared they did throughout several of those games. I mean, I know things were tight, but Minnesota just had more for them seemingly every time. So they deserve some blame. I never thought they were going to make it farther than this series right here, but to lose in 5 games, I mean, we're used to seeing the Lakers get dominated by the Nuggets. To go lose in 5 to Minnesota, that's a little different.
Nick, when you look at the Lakers, how much retooling, assuming LeBron comes back, of course he's not going to answer that immediately, and this has happened the past couple of seasons, but how much retooling do they need to be a true contender in the West?
They have got to get more depth down low, and they were trying. I mean, remember that trade with Charlotte and Connect was going, and then boom, that fell through. They know what they need. The issue to me, y'all, is when you have LeBron at this age, I don't know just how much they're going to be able to do. There's all this hope always with the Lakers getting the next star, and somehow they landed Luka. Great for them. I don't know who's coming right now, though, this summer, because with the cap structure the way that it is, with LeBron, I would think he comes back for at least one more year, especially a whole year of Luka. I just don't know where the other moves are to be made. Again, not for them to be good, but for them to be a legit title contender. I don't see it even next year, although I'm sure they'll get a little bit better. I just think that these young teams, Minnesota being at the forefront right now because they just did it, are just a little bit better than them, especially with LeBron at the advanced stage that he's at.
All right, enough about the Lakers because they're not in the playoffs anymore. How about teams who are currently playing? We've got a great series brewing between the Knicks and the Pistons. So tonight it's in Detroit. The Pistons are favored. Who do you see winning this game?
If I had to put money down, Chelsea, I would still put it down on the Knicks because I think that with Brunson and with the veteran pieces that they have, I would think they'd find a way. Having said that, Detroit has been there every step of the way. I thought that thing was going to be over at MSG the other night, and they continue to find a way to make the plays they needed down the stretch. I mean, the Knicks should have won that game. This thing should be over. Detroit has momentum. I still trust the Knicks and their group a little bit more than a young team with Cade Cunningham that just hasn't been through it together. Detroit continues to prove me and some other people wrong over the course of this series, and who knows if that whistle had been different in Game 4, just how much things do change. But the Knicks know what it takes to at least close out some of these series in the past, and I will always take that experience in the moment over a young team that hasn't been through it together. This is fantastic experience for Detroit. Maybe they do push it to Game 7, but I think the Knicks close it out, and if it gets to 7, count me as completely shocked if Detroit can go into MSG in that kind of an atmosphere and win their 3rd straight.
Insider calls are brought to you by Hyundai. Hyundai helps protect you and your family on the road. We put your safety first and everything else second. We're talking to Odyssey NBA insider Nick Friedel. So when you look at the East, Nick, do the Pacers have a puncher's chance against the Cavs, or are the Cavaliers just too much of a wagon right now?
I would take the Cavs, and I would take them pretty easily, but with the Pacers, I mean, you want to talk about a forgotten team.
Yeah.
Last year, I'm sitting here saying, I don't think Detroit could go into Game 7 and win an MSG. Well, guess who just did it? Indiana last season. People just don't know a lot about them. They have Halliburton, but they don't have a lot of name brand personalities. In a playoff series, what's very clear is they're well coached. They know what to do out there on the floor, and they're seemingly getting better year by year. I still don't think they're at the level of the Cavs. The Cavs have been clearly that team all season with the Celtics in the East. Cleveland, though, does not have a really long history of going into these series and and just rolling everybody. So knocking out Miami, who is a 10 seed, cool. This is going to be a tougher test. I still think, though, it ends up being Cleveland and Boston, just like we all thought all year. I just think Boston's a little bit better than where the Cavs are at. But absolutely, the Pacers have the momentum that you need in the playoffs, and they have a team that believes they can win. And when you have those two things this late in the year, you always have that chance you're talking about.
All right, so another great series, but in the Western Conference, Nuggets Clippers. We've got another game tonight, and I feel like we've had some fantastic finishes in these games. Who do you think has the edge here? I feel like this one's kind of tough to predict because they have been so close. But I think a lot of people kind of slept on the Clippers going into this series, and it's been really tightly contested, all these games.
I am not going against Jokic. I've seen him do it way too many times, especially in the last few years. I think that guy is that good and has been for a while now. And I know people say, oh, he doesn't really pay attention. He doesn't really care. I don't buy that. I mean, we know what competitors do in sports. They always are aware of what's going on, and they hear certain things, and they store it away. So I'm not going against Jokic. I know Kawhi, when he is out there, he has been the guy that the Clippers have wanted him to be. The issue for me with the Clippers has been the same since going into this series and trying to figure out what they can do. I'm not believing that James Harden in the big games consistently can appear. He's done it way too many times, disappearing after scoring 40 in the last few seasons in the playoffs. I'm taking Denver, and I just think when push comes to shove that this team is a little bit better, especially than what they showed late in the season.
Nick, we got about 3 minutes left here. So we know the Thunder are the favorites in the West, and for good reason. But is there one team that has the best chance in the West to knock them off that pedestal? Because they look unbelievable, and they have all season.
I would still say that team is the Warriors. I wouldn't go putting a lot of money down on that flyer of a possibility because Steph's hands, something's going on there, and who knows, Draymond night to night, he could always erupt and disappear off the floor. But the Thunder have been so strong all season. Defensively, they've been awesome. But you can't tell me they want to see a Steph Curry-led team that now has Jimmy Butler. I mean, nobody wants to see that team, but especially a younger group that, again, has not been tested that often. So I think the Thunder end up in the finals, but I think the team that actually has a chance to knock them off is Golden State.
He is the Odyssey NBA insider, Nick Friedel. Follow him on X at Nick Friedel. And Nick, congratulations on suffering through all the red dye and making it to where you are now. You look fantastic.
I'm glad I could make it for y'all. Now that I think about it, though, the amount of fun fruits and roll-ups and all that stuff, it could be the end for me.
Thank you, man. We appreciate the insight this morning.
You guys, see y'all.
That was Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Friedel. Insider calls are brought to you by Hyundai. We put your safety first and everything else second. Learn more at HyundaiUSA.com. Man, what a great guest. And it's interesting to hear him talk about the Warriors because, we've talked about how they do have their warts, but also at the same time, championship experience is championship experience.
Right. I think that's one of the narratives that's threaded throughout the Western Conference. And that's what makes the Western Conference, I think, so entertaining this year. Mm-hmm. And I'll say this, if we get our predictions wrong about the NBA, all we have to do is say, hey, we had some red dye. I ate some gushers. That's why my picks were terrible in the NBA this year. But I feel like the West just has so many good storylines. And here's the thing. If we make this case about the Lakers and say you can't win with just two superstars, you've got to have a complete team, do we have to apply that to the Warriors as well? I know Steph is otherworldly. And playoff Jimmy, when he's at his best, is certainly very good. But you could probably say that about LeBron and Luka. So I feel like from a logic standpoint, and we say, okay, the Thunder are extremely deep. The Timberwolves are extremely deep. Mm-hmm. Can we really sit here and say, hey, the Warriors are a team that's going to come through the play-in at their age and make it all the way to the NBA Finals?
I mean, I think they're deeper than the Lakers. They're not super deep, but they do have, Draymond and defensive stopper Buddy Hield. But I also think the one thing that we tend to gloss over is they have Steve Kerr as well. And so coaching matters in a big way. Nothing against J.J. Redick, but this is his first season as an NBA head coach. We saw his strategy not really come through last night. When you have a guy like Steve Kerr in the mix, I think that adds an advantage to the Warriors that other teams don't necessarily have at this time of year. Coming up next here on the show. All right. So last night, it, wasn't our best night. It's fine. Happens. We take a deep breath. We get back to the grind. And we hand out our best bets. That and the Dogster next on the Daily Tip on BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show. It's a Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network on a Thursday. Double D. Thanks for being with us. Oh, we're wrapping it up. Our best bets coming your way. What a stellar night for us last night. So bad. We're getting back on the winning side tonight. We will try and do that in mere moments. I'm Michael Jenkins, live in D.C. She is Chelsea Messenger, live in Nashville, Tennessee. Chelsea, are you excited about the Derby this weekend? The Kentucky Derby? We'll talk about it a little bit.
Which Derby are you talking about?
Oh, I'm talking about
the Kentucky Derby.
The Derby? The Derby? Horse racing used to just capture America's imagination, and now it's just, a Triple Crown, which I totally understand. Tastes have changed, times have changed, but I like a good horse racing. I think I'm going to go to West Virginia. We're going to go to Charlestown Races and Slots. Remember that old commercial? Charlestown Races and Slots. You remember that, right? I used to run that all the time. I played that for the lovely Catherine last night. She's like, what is this? I was like, it's so dumb. It's to run that all. So we're going to go out there, I think. They have casino, horse racing track. It's a nice little entertainment venue in West Virginia, so it's a bit of a drive. It's not terrible. But I think we're going to watch the Derby out there, so that'll be fun.
Well, it is exciting. Like, for people who do not like a long wait for their bets to cash or at least be, graded, what is it, 2 minutes? How long does the race take? Yeah. Even for people who are like, I don't want to wait through a whole baseball game. We're just going to take a nerfy or yerfy. This is shorter than that. So for the immediate payout that this gives you, I do feel like it's very thrilling.
Yes, it's also old. It's such an old school sport to bet on. I haven't been to Vegas in forever, but I always love being at a sports book. And, of course, the horse racing section of the sports book has now been so marginalized because it's just not as popular as the other sports. But there is that little corner, that little desks. There's some old guy, and he's got a derby on and a pencil, and he's looking at his racing form, and then there's some sort of horse race going on in Southern California. You might see this guy stand up, and he doesn't have great posture. It's like, come on! I mean, it's very old school, but it's still around.
I remember when we lived in Scottsdale, there was a restaurant that would show horse racing all the time, and you could bet on it there. And I always had this thought in the back of my mind that they were just showing reruns. Because we didn't know. If you don't do any research and you're just sitting there at the table, they could take you for all you're worth. If they're hey, I'm going to bet on this race. And it has in tiny print at the top of the screen, recorded from an earlier broadcast. They could totally do that. And people just don't pay attention. Because that's the thing about horse racing that I think that is different than what people bet on now. Is that people feel like they know stuff about the sport. How many people know that much about the horses? Most of us are not people who know these horses, that train these horses, or know any way to handicap these horse races. So it's basically like playing slots. But it's a little different now because people want to be in charge. I know so much about football. You know more about football than the books? Good luck.
Right. I was covering the Preakness, this is a few years ago, and I was talking to Eddie Olczyk, who was on BetSwitch yesterday, because he's a big horse racing guy. And before we did this interview, we were talking to one of the trainers, and I remember one of the trainers, and I guess it makes sense, but he was saying, horses are very intelligent. And the trainer was saying, horses, especially in these big events, they know their stars. If you see a horse, preening and prance, when they see the crowd or they see someone come into the stalls or whatever, they'll stand up and they'll preen and throw their mane back. They know because of how they're treated and because they're so intelligent, they know their stars. And you can now that I've seen that, sometimes when you watch these horses, you can kind of see them prancing a little bit because they know everyone is here to watch me or to watch us.
Oh, yeah. Horses definitely have personalities. I'm a former horse girl. I had a horse growing up. I was in horse shows. And I feel like my horse's personality was a lazy old man that really liked the females. Like, if there was ever a female, you could tell that he was, like, on his A game. He
Bill
was
Belichick.
like this. But only the mayor's under 3 years old.
Okay. That's right.
But it is funny. They do have their own personalities, and that's, part of it. But I will be watching.
Yeah, I think it's going to be exciting. So, another something to look forward to this weekend. I'm looking forward to Bet Sweats. We got Joe and Sammy P next, reacting to the Lakers' first-round exit. They will also preview tonight's action in the Association and the National Hockey League. And Nick Friedel is back. We can't get enough Nick. The Odyssey NHL Insider, NBA Insider, I should say, will be there at 10 o'clock. Then they'll talk NHL playoffs with Chris Meany of NHL.com at 11:20. All right, let's get back on the right side, Chelsea.
Time to place your bets.
Here we go. Oh, I like this pick. Where are you going tonight?
Yeah, going to the NBA. We're going to try our hand with one of the most dependable guys in the NBA. I'm going to go with Nikola Jokic over his assists plus rebounding prop. It's 21.5, juice the over at -125. This is something he's hit in each of the last 3 games of this series. This is something during the regular season he averaged 12.7 rebounds per game along with 10.2 assists. He's averaged this in the postseason. And I think I like this bet because he has the potential to go way over this. Like in game 4 of this series, he had 21 rebounds and 8 assists. He is going to be heavily involved with the game plan. That's no shocker. That's no hot take. I think especially when the games get more meaningful down the stretch. Game 6 of this series, we're going to see a lot of Nikola Jokic heavily involved. So I'm going to go over his assist and rebounding prop over 21.5 for -125.
Yeah, I think that's a great play. Well, after my disaster of a day yesterday, let's see what happens today. You might want to fade this guy for a while. Let's go Royals Rays under 8.5. It's -125. You've got Seth Lugo going for Kansas City. Shane Baz going for Tampa. Seth Lugo, once again, pitching really well for Kansas City as he's done the past couple of seasons. ERA of only 3.08. And Shane Baz, one of the more underrated pitchers in Major League Baseball, particularly this season, has only one bad start. Gave up 5 earned to the Yankees a couple of outings ago. But outside of that, he has been almost untouchable. Both of these bullpens surprisingly strong over the past couple of weeks, and you're talking about 2 under teams. Kansas City, in particular, hits the under a little bit more than 65% of the time. That's one of the best marks in the sport. So let's go under 8.5, -125.
Yeah, I know you said don't tell you, but I am going to tell you on that play. I think it's a really good one. Surprisingly, the Royals are one of the worst hitting teams in all of baseball. Did you know that they're only better than the White Sox in OPS? And that's by 4 points. That's it. Second worst OPS in all of baseball. So the way that Shane Baz has been pitching, I don't see a lot of offense coming from the Royals. So I'll be with you on that under 8.5 between the Royals and the Rays.
Okay. I'm glad you're telling me. Good luck to both of us. Also, I am fading the Rockies again. I am angry about our loss yesterday. Giants on the run line. It's -110, guys. So, your basic juice here. Look, do I think the Rockies are going to win back-to-back games? I do not. Kyle Freeland has given up at least 5 runs in 3 of his 5 starts this season. Got blasted by the Reds last time out. 6 runs in 4 1/3. Justin Verlander going for the Giants. Now, his ERA is near 5. It's a little deceiving, though, because he's gotten better over his past 2 outings. 3 earned over his last 12. He struck out 11. The Rockies are 1-14 on the road this season. They are the worst team. Despite yesterday's win over the Braves outright, they are still the worst run line team in Major League Baseball. They've still won 5 games all season. Giants run line. -110 is the call. This is it. 5. That's it. This is a spite play. I'm angry, so I'm fading the Rockies again. We'll see what happens. Well, I believe we have Sammy P coming up on the show very shortly. But before that, we have to bring in the Donkster and find out what he's up to. Donkster, get on in here, buddy. Looks like, still figuring out the microphone after all this time. Good morning, Donkster.
I thought this was a betting show.
What do you mean?
So, 0-3 last night. Dad, you went 0-3. I went 1-0.
Okay, well, it's one night, Donkster. Congratulations.
By the way, No one asked me about my favorite power couples.
Okay. Well, go ahead.
These are my favorite couples of all time, even if they're not together. Number 1, A-Rod and Jenny from the block. Let's run it back. Number 2, Jay Cutler and Kristen Calamari. I love that Jay smokes. And number 3, Rex and Michelle Ryan. Let's see your toes.
Oh, gross.
God. Well, at least they're still together. How about a bet?
Okay, Dad. Clippers, minus 6.5, hosting the Denver Nuggets.
Okay, well, you went 1-0 last night, so good job. Coming up next on Bet Sweats, it's our guy, Sammy P. Aw, man. Clean shaven, baby face. Damn it. Good morning, Sammy P. How you doing, buddy?
Just for you, pal. I actually did it just for you.
I mean, you look good. You look good.
It took me all of about 12 seconds to shave.
You took a butter knife. You're like, good to go.
I love Chelsea's point, by the way. I love the comparison between horse racing and slots. It is actually very similar when you think about it. I go into a derby with a certain amount of money, and I expect to lose all of it.
Yeah.
And it's this simple, right? My buddy last year, his name is Dan. He's a total idiot. He bet.
Oh,
He
nice.
bet Mystic Dan. And he texted me after the race, told you. I'm like, of course. He picked Mystic Dan because his name is Dan.
What? What an
It's
idiot.
one of those things. What an
That's how the
idiot.
Derby-
That's how he
that's how it
identifies. He identifies as an
Yeah,
idiot.
when he fills out the Scantron, male, female, idiot. Idiot. That's the one right
Idiot.
there. Bang.
Oh, my God.
Oh, yes.
I mean, sometimes that's, that is the best way to play it.
Sometimes
Sammy P.
idiots win.
Yeah,
It's
that's
fine.
true. Look at the
Look at the
Dogster.
Dogster.
Right
Man.
there. Resident idiot. Sammy P, great to see you in that clean shaven face. Have a great show.
Bye.
See you, buddy. That's going to do it for this edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network for Chelsea Messenger and that idiot Dan. I'm Michael Jenkins. Go out and have a great Thursday. We'll see you tomorrow.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
It's time to sweat.
It's entertainment, education, information.
A smarter conversation, a higher level betting conversation.
With Joe O and Sammy P.
It's two guys who have known each other a long time, firing bets during the show, after the show, into the night.
We've been doing this so long, we're like brothers, so we're going to call each other out on some of their BS.
Get ready to fire.
Why are you betting 2-1 on Sunday when you could have bet 4-1 on Tuesday?
We're not going to force picks. What we give on the show is what we're betting.
Sorry, I wasn't listening. I was betting Valparaiso. What?
New show name, but still no pants or underwear required on this network.
This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Here comes Randall on the wing. DiVincenzo sets, aims, fires, no. Oh! Gobert parachutes in, uncovered, untouched, and jackhammers it in.
No rhymes tonight. It's Wolves in 5. Minnesota advances to the second round of the NBA playoffs in consecutive seasons for the first time in franchise history.
One NBA series wraps. 2 NHL series are over. Welcome in. This is Bet Sweats. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich with you. We'll talk about it all. Our buddy Nick Friedel will join us 10 a.m. Eastern to talk about these NBA playoffs. We're going to have our mascots draft. We're going to play nickel or dime. A lot of fun planned. Also, Chris Meany on the Stanley Cup playoffs. Sam, I'm checking. I'll probably need some help because this is top of mind this morning. Oh, there he is, Rico Hoey. Oh, okay. Rico Hoey is T4 so far at Byron Nelson.
I bet him top 5 and top 10. I shipped it.
Did you really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I got him 6-1, top 5, which I thought was. Oh, no, wait a minute. I did top 10, top 20. My bad. I have plus 600, top 10. So let's go. Paul's due. Hoey's due. I'm a hoe for Hoey this weekend.
It's hilarious because we had never even heard this man's name before. And then a lot of people that we know that we in the golf space are like, oh, love Hoey. Get down on Hoey. Yep. So Rico Hoey in the mix, just a few holes into the Byron Nelson. We'll keep you updated on that if you ended up tailing Paul's pick that was given out at the end of yesterday's show. All right, you heard the highlight. You were a happy man. Like, you play it off like you don't hate LeBron or you don't want LeBron to lose. You want LeBron to lose, but you're also an Ant Edwards guy. That's been established all season long. Ant and the T-Wolves march on. I don't know if it was because of Ant last night, though. Gobert, a monster. There is a lot to unpack with the Lakers. It looked like Luka was injured at some point. He was fighting his way through a back injury. But the Lakers are done in 5. The heavy favorite for the series. You could make a strong case for the T-Wolves to win it beforehand, but I don't think anybody was saying 5, man. This was dominant fashion.
Yeah, it was very obvious early. T-Wolves smelled blood, and they were able to complete the kill. Gobert 27 and 24. And the centers that did something like that before in these elimination games, Kareem, Shaq, Olajuwon, Gobert. Okay. Didn't see that one coming. Didn't play his props. Also didn't fade his props. But if you look at your guy LeBron, and I love that you put him on the top 5 closers list of all time as he flamed out again in the first round.
Yeah. No 20 some years into his career. We're going to put that on the
how
same
old
plane.
he is. Then retire. Retire then.
Dude, he's not even the best player on his team at this point. You can't argue that. It's not.
I didn't say he was. But the point, like all the LeBron people say is that, well, he's too old or he doesn't have enough help. Well, then retire. Blow up another franchise like you did in Cleveland and you did in Miami, and the Lakers will be back.
Not a LeBron guy, by the way. Not a LeBron guy. I don't appreciate you painting me as a LeBron guy.
Fine.
But you make 10 NBA finals. I'll put you on a top 5 list. Okay? That was my overall point.
Sure. Even though he didn't close most of those finals. It's fine. No points in the fourth quarter of game 4. He hit a bogus 3 and a layup in the final 2 minutes of game 5. 5 total points in the fourth quarter. And if you look at the LeBron Lakers, with Anthony Davis and Luka Doncic, the Lakers have lost 14 of their last 16 playoff games. That's the truth.
Mm-hmm.
So now what? And sure, I don't like LeBron, and I don't like the way that a 6'3" point guard runs him over and he acts like he's dead. I don't like that. I never have. I don't know how things get better. Is it all his fault? No. The roster is flawed. They have no bigs. They couldn't shoot. And I don't know how a Minnesota team shot that poorly from 3 and won the game. They took 40-plus threes and made less than 15% of them and somehow still won the game. It doesn't even make sense. It's almost not possible for a team to shoot that poorly, on the road, mind you, and still win. I don't know that there's a solution. If you followed LeBron throughout his career, he has usually panicked after seasons like this and either traded away the future or had a coach fired. We've done that song and dance, though. You can't trade any more guys. How many more Lakers can be traded? How many more guys have value? Austin Reeves? Okay, maybe. You're going to fire another coach? You're going to get rid of your podcast buddy, JJ Redick? What is the answer there? I don't think anybody in that building knows.
Redick's not good. I think we could say that, but I don't know what people were expecting in his first year, going from doing media. And by the way, that is funny. I'm going to actually check that out today, because the immediate reaction to the Lakers' loss was people that clearly didn't like JJ Redick at ESPN are going in. Like, they're bringing the butcher knives out. I saw Perk go off. He's like, oh, he was on SVP last night. He's like, I'm JJ Redick. I know everything about basketball. And he just started railing on him. It was phenomenal. So that's going to be fun to watch today. Yeah, missing 43s. You said it, 43s in the game. They missed 40 out of 47, and you still win the game on the road. That just doesn't happen. The Gobert thing, that game he put up, as you mentioned, the last time we've seen a player 25-plus points, 20-plus rebounds, shoot 75%, it was Shaq in the 04 finals. That's the last time we ended up seeing a stat line like that. And you're right. Okay, so we could say the coach is bad. Okay, that doesn't fix it. We could say they have no depth. Okay, they can try to add some pieces. Is that enough? As you mentioned, they're too small. Like, there are a lot of issues with this team. And our first reaction after the trade was probably the right one. And maybe people were overreacting after they saw them have some success in the regular season together. I'm talking about Luka and LeBron. And then LeBron was kind of making the excuse, well, when you make a trade in season, blah, ... That is what we brought up at the time, that's going to be a tough thing to get ready for the playoffs. But people bought into a lot of meaningless regular season success. And then they were thinking that the Lakers could actually do it. Yeah, it's not one thing. I mean, that's the overall message about the Lakers. It's not just the coach. It's not just the flaws on the roster. It's not just the lack of depth that they have. And what are you going to do? You have two superstars to build around. There's only so much money to go around. So they're far away, especially in the much tougher conference. They're far away. I don't think LeBron ends his career like this. I don't think so. But I don't know what kind of story he's looking to tell at the end. He probably wants to go out a winner, but I don't know if that's going to be possible.
I would not bet them to win any championship while he's there, because they're not good enough. It's just that simple. And Shaq, who's a loyal Laker guy, having won multiple championships there, he's on the postgame show, and he just said they're not good. They're just not good. And I think it's that simple. I mean, we can make as many hot takes as we'd like, but that is not a team that's good enough to win a championship. And they won't be as long as he's there, because there's no depth. And there's no depth because he plays NBA Live GM and just trades everybody away. And then all the other guys get old, and then, we're too old. That's the story of his career. Not enough help. I've never remembered an athlete in the history of sports that constantly never had enough help. if you're one of the greatest of all time, you don't need that much help. But it is what it is. I celebrated my T-Wolves series win for about 5 minutes, and then my celebration was ruined because I got a clip of Nick Costos saying the T-Wolves are winning the West. And I'm like, all right, here we go. I celebrated for 5 minutes.
I thought you
saw that.
I thought you were gonna say not only did you have your T-Wolves celebration, but you had your Caps victory last night to secure things and march on. That it was just an overall great night. But no, you found the negative.
I was scrolling X, and there's a lot of Laker hate, and then it's T-Wolves are winning the West, and I'm like, oh God, it just happened. They just won the series. Let me have something nice for one night. Nope.
Sorry, Ant.
Also, it wasn't a perfect day. I did have the Blues. They lost, and believe it or not, the Colorado Rockies won a baseball game yesterday.
How about it? Yeah. How did that happen? Oh, I don't know. Your opponent only scored 1. So they need the opponent to score 1. That's what Atlanta ended up doing there. Rockies over the Braves 2-1. Yeah, I had a bad day. Bad day for me. Because I took the Lakers. I took the under in the other NBA game, Golden State, Houston, 131-116. The over smashes there. I should have played the side. That line, it was bet hard on Houston, hard. And we were talking about that. That was at like 2.5, 3, 3.5, 4, 4.5. It closes. And they still end up covering. Not even close. It was like Golden State said pass on the game, like when your leading scorer is Moses Moody, it was never a competitive contest. And the veterans on Golden State, because it was so non-competitive, they barely played. They didn't even play half the game. We're talking 18 to 25 minutes for the starters there. I don't know if they're getting set for the next one, looking ahead and saying, we got a couple more opportunities to close this one out. They're going to have an all-out effort. Well, the Rockets did. They led by 31 points at one juncture in the game. They shot 55%. It wasn't just Şengün this time. Everybody contributing for the Rockets, so they stay alive. They force a Game 6 on Friday.
That series price is also really interesting now. So the Rockets go down to about plus 360 to win the series. It's a 2-game parlay. You got to win Game 6, win Game 7, and of course there'll be dogs in Game 6. I mean, that number opened. Let's see, Golden State opened 3.5 and is now out to 5 at several shops. So the blitz came in on the Warriors, even off a loss. People are going to bet Golden State going back home. John Ewing works for BetMGM, and he shares a lot of insights and emails with us. I saw him post this yesterday. 99% of the bets were on Jimmy Butler over 20.5 points. He did not get there. It wasn't really all that close. To your point, he didn't play that much. When he tweeted that, I snapped a screenshot and said, yep, I'm going to put this in the vault and we will revisit this. 99% of the bets on Butler over 20.5.
Mm-hmm.
Not a winner.
Steph missed 8 of 12 shots. Yeah, Butler missed 8 of 10. Awful game all around. It was a no-show. It was just I'm not going to take a look at this and say, bet the Rockets for the series. I just look at Houston going back home, desperate spot. Like, they had to get it. You knew they were going to get the all-out effort. You did not get that from Golden State. Now, I do think you'll get it in Game 6. They don't want to see a Game 7. Going back home will be good for them. But they were not interested. Pat Spencer was interested in headbutting Şengün, which was hilarious later on in that game. But, the physical nature certainly continues. So we get a Game 6 there. Minnesota, LA, that's a wrap. And then we get a couple series that wrap in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Mentioned Washington. Florida takes out Tampa in 5. It's 3-3 late in the second period. And then Florida says, no looking back. We're gonna wrap this thing right here. 6-3 winners.
We had mentioned coming into the playoffs after a lot of experts were saying Tampa, don't sleep on Tampa. Look out for Tampa. They're either losing in the first round or winning the cup. And it was the former. man, there's a lot of big contracts on that team too. And I don't know. Now the story is, well, is John Cooper coming back? All right, yeah, fire the coach. That'll fix it. That's always the answer. Fire the coach. I think they have to run it back with the way they're built and the way the salaries are lined up. But Florida Panthers, a team of destiny, last 2 years getting through the East, and now we're lining up for Toronto, Florida, which should be an awesome series.
As far as tonight, 4 Stanley Cup playoff games. We'll talk to Chris Meany about that later on. And also 2 NBA playoff games. We'll handicap those on the other side. Joe O. Sammy P. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniotovich, BetMGMNetwork.com. Check out the BetMGM Network YouTube and Twitch pages as well. We are here live on video streaming there, YouTube, Twitch, Odyssey app, Odyssey stations throughout the entire country. All right, we've got 2 games tonight in the NBA, Sammy. Could see 2 teams eliminated. We'll see. Or we'll find out if Game 7s are forced over the weekend. Let's go Pistons Knicks. Detroit at home. Return to the scene of the crime. They think they got screwed out of a victory. I think you could make that case. They lost both games in Detroit so far. Lost game 3, lost game 4 there. But they easily could have won by either of them. Both losses, 1 possession. You've got Detroit, a 1.5-point favorite, just fighting to stay alive. A total of 212.5. What do you think?
I actually, given that it's May 1st, I'm taking 30 days of sports betting detox, so I don't have any thoughts on this at all. Sorry. Yeah, it's going to be a tough month for me. I don't know how we're going to get through this show.
We might need to pull that audio.
Yeah, I'm not talking betting for 30 days. I'm going to feel so much better after 30 days.
But I would be concerned that everyone would click off the show after. Well, anyways, go ahead.
Well, wait for my 100 Men Against Gorilla conversation later in the show that I will jam into this 3-hour show. And Jake has a very strong opinion on how that's going to go. It's been a social media phenomenon. Who wins, 100 men or a gorilla? Stay tuned. Bet sweats. So you know that I have access to a lot of betting accounts. And this is not the end-all, be-all, but remember the guy that lost $30,000 on Christmas? It was a Christmas miracle. Remember that guy? I logged into his account today, and I see he just blasted the Pistons. And I thought, that's probably not a good sign. I mean, look, a good mush is tough to come by. Somebody who you can rely on to just constantly be on the wrong side. And this fella has Pistons money line, Pistons spread, Pistons first half money line, and Pistons first half. So he's whacking it every way on Detroit.
Wait. He's betting money line and -1.5.
Yes, money line -120, money line first half -120, minus the hook first half -1.5 full game.
Okay.
I assure you, I'm not naming names. I mean, this is let's just call him the crippler because the bankroll's been crippled. How do I say this? He doesn't even watch basketball. So
that's how you say it.
Now he's going out of his way to bet Pistons. I think it's hilarious, but it opens my eyes to think about all the reasons why I don't want to bet Detroit. And this has been a weird series because usually home court means something. It really hasn't mattered all that much between the Knicks and the Pistons. I think the Knicks are a better team. I think Detroit's home court has clearly been overblown. This is still a young basketball team that doesn't know how to win in the playoffs. I mean, that's not an unfair assessment. It's a young team led by many young players that haven't really done much before. It feels like this is a good spot to bet New York, not because the crippler's on Detroit, but because New York has guys like Brunson and Bridges and Hart that have been waiting in the wings to make that playoff run. And it feels like this is their time. I would lean to the Knicks, probably bet the over. That's gotten steam this morning at Pinnacle, Chris, Circa, Superbook, all over the joint. BetMGM's up to 214.5 as well, one of the higher numbers in the market. So the money coming in on the over, and despite a lot of love for the Pistons to send this to Game 7, Joe, the line hasn't budged. Mm-hmm. It opened 1.5 in a must-win game at home, which is telling enough that the Knicks are probably the side, when the Pistons literally must win at home 1.5. And the line hasn't moved off 1.5. I don't think this is a great spot for the Pistons.
I can't say that I'm shocked that let's say the public, if that ends up being the case, is on Detroit. Look, Detroit, even though they're trailing 3 games to 2, you could make a clear argument that they have outplayed the Knicks in this series. Now, the final results will not tell you that, but in 4 of the 5 games through 3 quarters, they've led. So most of the game, they're outplaying. Now things have gone against them in that final quarter, but I think that's worth noting. Now, they did just enough to get by the Knicks, as you mentioned, on the road in Game 5. Brunson was a no-show. I almost said not there because it kind of felt like that was the case, but you got the bad Brunson game. Are we going to get another bad Brunson game? Which is probably what you would need for the Pistons to win here. He missed 12 of 16 shots. You don't get that. Games 1 through 4, he had at least 30 in every game. And now we get the coming off the bad Brunson game. I would want to back Brunson. And so his point prop is 27.5. I think that's a pretty decent look. Now, Knicks could win. Brunson, great game. Yeah, that makes sense. Those two things certainly correlate, even though they did lose in one of his good games. But yeah, I figured people would be on the Pistons. I don't know. I was thinking maybe they'll back off since the Pistons are laying 1.5 here at home. But no, it took this long. Now they're like, yes, I trust the Pistons. I wouldn't take them plus 5.5 on the road, but now I'm going to take them laying 1.5. And to your point, in a series in which home court hasn't meant that much, no, don't want plus 5.5. But I'll take the minus 1.5 at home. Yeah, I'm not going to be taking Detroit. I'm probably going to be on some Brunson props.
Okay, 28.5 points, 3.5 rebounds, 7.5 assists, and the PRA number is, let's call it 36.5 on Brunson. Do you have a favorite angle early morning?
I like the points. I saw 27.5. Maybe it's already bumped up this morning.
They're betting Brunson for sure.
Yeah. You're right. 28.5 already. I'd go points. That's what I was expecting first.
Okay. I could see that. I'll probably end up on the Knicks. I leaned Knicks anyways. And then I logged in this morning and saw pow, 7:46 a.m. Eastern. Pistons. And I thought, oh, that's interesting.
Does this guy ever just do a side or a total or first half? Like, it's got to parlay all these things to one result, one team dominating. Like, I don't know, like we saw last night with Houston.
He bets them straight, but it's all correlated. Yeah, it's all like the same thing that happened. So he didn't wheel them together, but it's 4 single bets all on basically the same thing that happened. The Pistons to come out early, have a lead at half, and then Pistons to win the game. Again, not the end-all, be-all, but when you see somebody that doesn't watch the NBA or bet the NBA start firing NBA bets, the NBA is a very tough sport, I've always thought, to jump into the pool on. Mm-hmm. And you don't have to watch sports to know sports. I'm not saying that. In fact, a lot of people that think that they're like sports savants can't bet because it's not about mostly X's and O's. It's mostly about the number and the spread and all of that. But I assure you, this person does not bet the NBA until the playoffs. And then people come out of the woodwork and start firing bets. But I think that opener, just the origination of the number for the books to hang Pistons minus 1.5 at home, that's a good sign for the Knicks. And you're probably going to see a lot of money on Detroit from the public, which is okay. I can't wait for Where's the Room today when they say the Pistons are the number 1 side at MGM, and then we'll know for sure. But I lean Knicks, and now I like them even more considering how this could shake out. And I agree with you on Brunson. I think this is the knife in the neck game for him. You got to finish Detroit. You don't want to go to Game 7. Nobody wants to go to Game 7.
Nuggets, Clippers. Clippers want to go to Game 7. They need to win tonight to force a Game 7. They are heavy favorites. This has been bouncing 6.5, 7 this morning. The total, exactly the same as the other game, 212 and the hook. And if you look at the series price, Sam, with Denver taking a 3-2 lead, minus 180, minus 190, isn't that where we started before the series got going? And that minus 180, minus 190, Clippers get bet hard. They become the favorite. Then the series starts. Well, now we're back to that number, but Denver needed to take a 3-2 lead.
That was the opener. at a couple places, and then we got to a point where the Clippers were favored coming into the series. So through the first 5 games, the books nailed it on the opening price, right? I see, let's see, $1.77, $1.80, $1.90, $1.90 minus 200. So we're right back where we started. And I think you're going to see people that are going to bet Denver and take the 6.5. I don't really have a thought here. We had mentioned betting the over in the last game because the first 4 were just rock fights, under. And then that total came all the way down to about 208. And the last game flew over the total. So they made the adjustment, a 4.5-point hike up, 212 and a half at MGM.
Mm-hmm.
I sort of lean under because I don't want to overreact to what I saw last. I mean, 5 games, 4 unders, 1 over. But the over just happened, and we just watched it on Tuesday night. So I think there's going to be a lot of that. There's a lot of what have I seen lately in the NBA in terms of how people approach it and how people bet it. Lean under, but I don't think I'm going to have a play in this game. I do find myself probably betting on the Knicks tonight, but I'm not going to get involved in the West game.
It is kind of interesting that the total is 3 points higher than what we saw in the last game as far as the close. So as it's been trending down with the unders hitting throughout most of the series, now it's back to where we were between games 3 and games 4, which I do find kind of interesting. Yeah, this is a big number. A big number for how this series has completely flipped. It was looking Clippers early. Obviously, they lose game 1. We'll see if that ends up, deciding things here. They lose game 1 in overtime, but it started going Clippers. But the last 2 games, it's been all Denver Nuggets. I was looking at a prop. I was looking at the Clippers that play well at home and what we've seen in this series so far. Maybe not the superstar players, solid role players. Norm Powell. He has struggled on the road in this series, only scoring 12 points per game, but he's been just fine at home. Kind of like where we are in line with his season totals. 21 points per game in the home games in this series so far. So I'm going to play over Norman Powell's 17.5. I see him stepping up. There's no way in hell I would look at Harden or look at some of the other inflated player props on the Clippers side there. But, Jokic is coming off a triple-double. He only scored 13 points in the last game. His points total is 26 and the hook. I was considering Murray because going under, like seeing how high those numbers got after his 43-point performance. That's at 20.5. So didn't want to go under on Murray. I'm going to go over on Powell for this one. And like you, I lean under for the game.
I'm surprised that nobody's brought up Kawhi Leonard yet. This is a guy who is on your list of closers, and his number is not that crazy, 24.5. We've always thought that, role players do take a step forward in games at home, and then the stars thrive on the road. But Kawhi's number is 24.5. Now, in the 5 games so far, he's had 22, 39, 21, 24, and 20. So influencers that study box scores probably like the under. I would argue that this would be a good time to maybe buy Kawhi because we have seen his prop in the 26.5, 27.5 range. The issue is that when a guy doesn't get over a number in 4 out of 5, people catch on. The books catch on, and then the betting public catches on. This would be a good time, I would think, for Kawhi to maybe score 30. So if you buy the dip on Leonard, you could go over 24.5 at minus 115. Could I sell you on a Kawhi bet over points?
Yeah, that makes sense to me. Season on the line. Second best player on the court, best player on the Clippers, ends up taking over like we saw earlier in the series, like game number 2. Yeah, I could see that. Remember, they're down 0-1. They need that game too. It was a gotta have it game for them. And what did he do? He balls out. There was chatter about, Kawhi's not healthy. Kawhi might be done. Everybody was saying bet on the Clippers because of Kawhi being ready to go. And then he puts up 39. in a gotta-have-it spot. This is the gotta-have-it spot here after losing a couple games to Denver. So, yeah, you could sell me on that for sure. I think that's a pretty sharp look.
I just like him to shoot the ball, be aggressive. Last game he took 15 shots. He took 15 in game 1. This has to be a game, or it should be a game, rather, where he takes 20, 25 shots. Yep. And if that's the case, as efficient as he is, it's probably a good look to go over.
We'll get back to the NBA top of the hour. Nick Friedel, Odyssey NBA insider, will be hanging out like he does every single Thursday on the show. But next, today's MLB card, Joe O, Sammy P. You've got Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Skeens wins again. Striking out Shohei Ohtani. He struck him out. Let him have it. 99 down the middle. Skeens a 1-2-3 first.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM network.
Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniotovich. The lead in our world was the Colorado Rockies actually winning a baseball game yesterday. Over Atlanta. Over Atlanta, and here it is. It is Thursday, May 1st. Hello, everyone. Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network. My calendar says all day, Braves.
Braves.
After they lose to the Rockies yesterday. We figured that, okay, this would be a time to take a look at betting the Braves, but I'm assuming that there's no value because they started to play much better more recently, right?
The value is nothing grand, nothing spectacular. You look at them standings-wise, they are 6.5 games out of the Mets. And I remember about a week ago, the Braves had just finished off a 5-1 homestand, and I was looking at these markets. I looked at playoffs, at pennant, at division, at World Series. And the biggest number I thought value-wise was on the East, because they were 6-1 to win the East. And after about 5 minutes, I thought, I don't know. Well, 3-1, 3.25, 350. So those odds in a week have been cut in half to win the NL East.
Mm-hmm.
Missed the move there, obviously, from 6-1 to 3-1, 325, whatever. The pennant market is about the same. It was 9-1. BetMGM has plus 850. So not really that big of a dip, 50 cents in the pennant market. The World Series market is the same, 15-1. I think
15.
there might have been a stale 16. So the World Series number hasn't budged. The pennant number has barely budged. And the NL East market has been cut in half. That's how things have changed in a week. If we go back 3 weeks, I remember the Braves were 10-1 to win the NL East because they were 1-11 or whatever the hell they were. I mean, didn't they start 0-7 and then scratched off a win and then lost a couple more? I wish we would have bet the Braves to win the NL East a week ago. We did not. At this point, if you wanted me to bet anything Brave related, it would be NL pennant at plus 850. That would be my move.
But we were thinking, okay, maybe we're going to lose the value, but not really. Not really. I mean, a week ago, you could have gotten a 17. There's a 17 out there if you're looking World Series. But yeah, I'm not looking at them and thinking, okay, we've got to bet them. Just something that we figured around now would be worth revisiting. We've got Cubs Pirates early. That's the first game of the day. And I don't know how you talk about this game and not mention what happened last night. That was an insane video. So I haven't seen a lot of details. I've only seen that the fan is in critical condition. 21-foot fall. 21-foot fall. If you were anywhere, you turn it on TV anywhere, you saw exactly what we're talking about. I don't know. I don't know exactly what happened, but it looked it was so far away, the video that was circulating. I don't know if it was some sort of a jump or what it was, but hopefully that fan pulls through. It is Skeens Day over there. Pirates are, of course, a favorite because they're always favored when Skeens is on the bump, going against Rhea, the Cubs. Minus 145, total 7.5.
Whew. I'm just watching this video on loop on Twitter right now. I hope he's okay. Man, he does a glorified front flip over the railing.
Right.
And does about 2 full rotations. And it looks like, as I watch this grainy video, it looks like he lands on his neck. And there have been a lot of reports. I don't want to say anything that I don't know. I try and speak from a place of information and facts. There were rumors that he was bombed. That doesn't make it any less serious. But it looks like he's just getting up from his seat because the Pirates get a hit, and he gets up to celebrate and just goes over. His shirt is also off, right? Like, he's not wearing a shirt in this video. So the rumor is that, he ripped his shirt off and poured a beer on himself and all that. That's the rumor.
Right.
I don't know. I wasn't there. At the end of the day, just please be okay. That's all we want. We want him to be okay. And if we get any updates, we will certainly bring them forward. Skeens is getting the respect here, obviously, as a home favorite against the first place team in the Central. But the market is betting against Paul Skeens. So the Pirates opened $1.60. I see $1.38, $1.39, $1.40. So a 20-cent move against Skeens, which is not that common. But this is a baseball team that's probably going to have to win 3-2, 4-3. Not a very good offensive team. Mm-hmm. So you have to shut down a legit Cub offense. And the market is betting on the Cubs, at least so far today.
I get it. So, yes, of course, Skeens gets respect, and he's always going to be a favorite when he's going with the Pirates, unless you have an outlier situation, really strong team, great starter on the other side. If you look at the results of Skeens starts, and I'm not talking about his personal record, I'm talking about the results for the team. It's been loss, win, loss, win, loss, win. And now you've got a pretty good Cubs team coming into town and at a plus money price. So I understand. I'm not there. I didn't jump on it, but I understand the value. I understand why people are betting on the Cubs because, yes, Skeens may start, may dominate, but it doesn't mean the Pirates are going to win because he doesn't get enough support from his offense. And, with the Cubs, it's always a concern with the bullpen. But for the most part, Skeens is going 6 innings in these games. A couple times he's gone 7, but that Pirates bullpen also has to lock down at least a few innings.
Probably like the under 7.5. You look at the Skeens games, 4-5. Well, I just read it like Baseball Reference. I hate that I just read that score backwards. It's 5-4.
Like my wife. Like my wife.
I hate that, and I look, it was on the prompter, and I burgundied it. It is what it is. So, final score-wise, 5-4, which is an over in a Skeens game. 4-2, 5-3, that's an over. 10-3, that's an over. 3-0, 3-0. So the team is 3-3, and the over/under in Skeens games is 3-3. I lean under, and every time we talk about Skeens, I bring up the first 5-inning number, which is always fascinating because they open it low and the market still bets it under. The first 5 total, if I could get this screen to load, is ... open 4. And it's now 3.5. That's the price in a Paul Skeens game. The first 5-inning total is 3.5.
It's a pretty good Cubs offense. Let's talk Red Sox Jays. Tanner Houck, he's had a bad year. I don't find it surprising at all. Maybe some of the reaction by you is that it's a surprise, but, guy that he was fantastic last year, but limits as far as the strikeouts. So domination, you're going to have some luck. He's having a rough start to the season. ERA is about 7.5. If you look at some of the underlying numbers, they would suggest that he's not pitching that poorly. That makes sense. Like the xFIP is 4.22. So maybe he's had a little bit of bad luck here. How bad has it been? Like, is he this bad? I'm looking at a guy that's, and I ask because I'm looking at a guy that's had pretty good history against Toronto. Much of that success certainly last year. So you have to take that into account. And there are some Red Sox that I want to point out that have hit Barrios. But, as a slight dog, I was thinking Boston and that Even though it's been a rough year for Hawk, that they could be okay today.
Before we get to that, did you see how that game ended yesterday?
The Red Sox?
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
I mean, the Red Sox were up, 6-3. And actually 6-0. They scored 2 more runs in the top of the 6th. The Red Sox are up 6-0. The Blue Jays get 3 in the 6th, 3 in the 7th, and they score in the 10th, 7-6. So if you had a Red Sox ticket and you bellied up with Lucas Giolito, you were cruising, 6-0, and you lose 7-6. Baseball will humble the hell out of you. It is a very difficult sport to bet, and if you get a decision like that, it could certainly put somebody on tilt. As for Houck, I thought he was insanely overachieving last year.
Mm-hmm.
To have an ERA of low 3.12, I thought he was very solid in a lot of ways. The whip was very low, 1.14. He wasn't issuing a lot of walks. Guys weren't barreling him up. He gave up 11 home runs last year over the whole season, 11. This year, he's walking guys, and he's giving up home runs. So I don't know. The truth is probably always closer to the middle. I think he's not as great as he was last year, and he's not as bad as he's been this year. Market still has him favored, though, against Jake Sky Barrios. Boston, the favorite, -1, not a big favorite, -108, -109. Total's been bet down a little bit. Maybe this is a time to buy Houck. Maybe this is a time to maybe get ahead of the run that he could go on. It doesn't appear to be anything velocity-wise. It's just he's not hitting his spots. And I don't want to overreact to 1 month when we have a long way to go this season.
Mm-hmm.
I can assure you, if this was the pitching matchup before the season, say this was opening day, and it's Houck and Barrios, Boston at Toronto, what is the number?
Boston's favored.
Sure, -130 maybe, -135.
Yeah. Okay.
Now it's a pick 'em. So you attack that how you must. I tend to be a person who buys dips and would buy low on Houck.
Jarren Duran, I guarantee you that Jake's going to bring him up later. His numbers are some of the most dominant numbers I've ever seen one batter against one pitcher with Barrios. So we can talk about that later on. Let's get back to the NBA playoffs next. Our buddy Nick Friedel, Odyssey NBA Insider, will be here. We'll talk about all the series going down with Nick right here on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich, you've got the BetMGM Network every Thursday. Lucky enough to have NBA Odyssey insider Nick Friedel jump on the line. He is with us now. Insider Calls brought to you by Hyundai. We put your safety first and everything else second. Learn more at HyundaiUSA.com. Nick, are you all set? You all ready for the Lakers coverage? Like they actually won a series last night? Lakers 24/7 wall-to-wall coverage. Let's talk about Redick. What's next for LeBron? How's Luka doing? Not the team that actually won the series. How you doing, man?
Joe, what's truly comical is that right before I came on with y'all, I can hear my mom like all the way on the other side of the house yelling at my aunt because the only thing she's seen is the Lakers season being just run through over and over. And I mean, we're talking about a diehard. She became a big NBA fan because I covered it for so many years, but she's just squawking at my aunt like, can you believe this? They've lost, and that's all anybody wants to talk about. But I get it. I mean, it's the Cowboys. It's all these different teams that people are into all the time. The Lakers will always, as long as LeBron is there, have everybody else spinning around whatever they do. And they weren't good enough. I think all of us agreed they were a flawed team in general. So I always laugh when people thought, oh, well, maybe they can make a run. Make a run? They never had a big guy. I mean, they tried. Pelinka tried at the deadline, but it didn't happen. But the Lakers, for the NBA, they're the straw that stirs the drink. And so long as LeBron and with Luka there, as much as it may drive people crazy, I get it.
Collier, Lakers in 6. Herring, Lakers in 6. McMahon, Lakers in 6. Marks, Lakers in 6. McMenamin, Lakers in 6. Sedano, Lakers in 6. Shelburne, Lakers in 6. Spears, Lakers in 7. Wu, Lakers in 6. And then another guy I can't pronounce, Young Masuk, Lakers in 7.
My
so
boy Ohm, yeah.
Final tally, Lakers 10, Timberwolves 0. I should have bet more when I saw that. And then I will admit, I was watching the day that Shannon Sharp was like, Lakers in 5. And I'm like, all right, that's it. But it's that vicious cycle where good or bad, win or lose, they drive insanity and people can't turn away. It's like a bad car crash.
Sammy, that's exactly what it is, especially with that team and the drama that they consistently provide. But it's why, and this is a much broader feeling about the league, that I would shorten this way. Everybody always is concerned about what happens with coverage and why do the Lakers always draw so much attention. It's because people consume it. They can't turn away. Do exactly what you're saying. If they thought they could, if my old friends in Bristol thought they could, they wouldn't be continually talking about them all the time. So that part isn't going anywhere. For the basketball part, though, on a broader note looking ahead, I just don't see where the fix is, again, if you want them to be contending and competing for a title. With the way the cap is, you just did the Reeves thing. This kind of is who they are, especially if LeBron comes back and plays at least for another year with Luka now on the books as well. It's not that they can't find better pieces to fit and fill out that roster. It's just that I don't see right now with LeBron and Luka a pathway for them to get back to being on top where they want to be.
Sam is a T-Wolves guy just because he loves Ant. I'm not saying he bet the T-Wolves to win the championship, but I think he wants success for that team. But he's concerned because he saw Costos say that the Timberwolves are going to win the West. So now he's thinking that it's over. How do you project this half of the bracket? So we've got the Rockets taking out the Warriors in a desperate spot last night. Kind of felt like a no-show with Golden State. I think most assume they're going to win 6 or 7. How do you see Timberwolves Warriors, or maybe you think the Rockets have a puncher's chance here?
Joe, I don't think the Rockets do unless that Steph injury really is worse than he's leading on. That would be the huge difference maker. But I'm not buying that the Rockets, a young Rockets team that still doesn't have that star that they need to go to late in games over and over and over again, is going to go beat the Warriors 3 times in a row unless Steph's hand is just completely messed up. As far as a potential Minnesota-Golden State series, I think it's going to be awesome. Minnesota with Ant, to Sammy's point, they carry themselves at a different level because you have a star who's coming into his own, who makes everybody else on that floor look and go, oh, yeah, we're going to be just fine, especially late in games. Golden State at the end of this series has looked a little bit older. They've looked tired. I still think they close out Houston. And I would feel like they could really give Minnesota a hell of a series. But with the way the Timberwolves are playing and with the length that they do have, I think that one would be tough for Golden State to get over. I just don't buy that Minnesota is now all of a sudden going to roll through and get all the way into the finals, because I just think and have thought for a while that the way the Thunder play defense and the way that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander can carry his own game and his own team can put them a little bit over anybody else on that side.
This might be an interesting thought. I hope it's interesting, at least. I like the fact that they've got 3 rotational players that are all on, not their first team. I think Gobert has a huge chip. We know Randall has a huge chip, especially after LeBron sent his ass out, traded him. And then you got Conley, who hit maybe the shot of the game last night. I love that they've got this confidence about them, this swagger. And Edwards has now, in his last 3 playoff series wins, taken out, let's see, Luka and LeBron, Booker and Durant, Jokic and Murray, and the kid's only 23. But I think it's the supporting cast, Nick. I really like those vets that have been on other teams and have basically all come together to try and win a championship. I like that. Maybe I'm unique in that take, but I like that you have some guys from around the block.
So, I mean, I think it's a really good point, and what I would tell you is there's a reason that Minnesota front office made the moves that they did on top of, hey, maybe the money's just not there to start the year. That was always the narrative. Oh, man, what the hell are they doing? But this goes to what you're saying. They brought in guys who had been through it a little bit before. They knew what this is like. It's still what scares me about the Thunder. For as talented as they are, they just haven't been through the biggest games together. What we saw with that Minnesota group is a team that wasn't going to back down or cower in fear against a Lakers group that had the star power of LeBron and Luka. I mean, the Timberwolves guys very clearly are just better than the Lakers. The Timberwolves all the way through, though, I still have pause because if they were this good all year, I think we would have seen it more consistently than we did in the regular season. Still, if you catch fire in the playoffs, it's a whole different ball game. But they have made for a very fascinating discussion as we're going through this, though, and trying to break down what could happen and what happens in these next matchups. I go back to the same thing I've thought all along. You want to talk about a team that's been through it, that can catch fire, that knows what to do. That team is the Boston Celtics. So we can talk about the Thunder and the Timberwolves and maybe Steph and the Warriors if they get rolling all day long. I think all of that goes a level below where Boston is at and still can be in these playoffs.
With Nick Friedel, Odyssey NBA Insider. Insider Calls brought to you by Hyundai. Hyundai helps protect you and your family on the road. We put your safety first and everything else second. Want to get back to Boston, but what about the games at hand tonight? Teams trying to avoid elimination here. The Clippers are a heavy favorite, Nick. 6.5 to 7 points at home against the Denver Nuggets. What do you think happens?
I like Denver in the points here, Joe, just because I'm not betting against Jokic. I'm not doing it. Like, the guy is that good. He always files away, and I think is more perceptive than people give him credit for. And I know we talked about it before the series started. Kawhi is Kawhi if he's healthy and he's rolling, but I'm not buying James Harden. I'm just not doing it, especially in the big games. He's had 40. We know what he can do in the past, but the track record shows that you can't trust him night after night. And I know there's been so many ups and downs with Denver in the way that regular season ended and bouncing Malone and Booth. Okay. But when everything's on the line, give me Jokic over anybody else that there is, especially there. I just think that that team can find a way to close this thing down, or at least keep it really close as far as trying to knock out the Clippers and advance to the next round.
You got your Cub hat on, and I assume that is not a Knicks shirt. I assume that's an Otto the Orange shirt.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Always Syracuse somewhere.
Jeez.
Otto's not on the shirt for people listening. It's just a Syracuse S. But in terms of Knicks Pistons tonight, is this the game where the Knicks get the shovel and bury the Pistons, or do the Pistons survive?
Sammy, I still can't believe that a young Pistons team went into MSG in a closeout game and found a way. They did it. So I wouldn't say that it's all over with what could happen tonight in Detroit. I just think that the Knicks are so frustrated and were so unhappy with the way that game ended, and Brunson was banged up and Hart was banged up right at the end. I think that they're going to close it down tonight. And if ever there was a team that needed just a couple days of rest to get away, I know they would still see Boston, and oh man, would there be some intensity in that series. The Knicks need this game. They need that breather before the next round, and they need to find a way to close it, because the last thing you want is for a young team that just beat you at home in Game 5 to come back in Game 7 and go, oh, we've been here. We know what this is. Here's Cade Cunningham. Have at it. So I'd be surprised a little bit if the Knicks didn't come out tonight and shut it down.
It's official, another first-round exit for the Milwaukee Bucks. We know what happened with Dame. Awful news there. Has Giannis played his last game with the Bucks?
If I were Giannis, Joe, I would probably leave. I'd be gone because they can't win. They cannot win in the next couple of years. Dame is hurt. It was awful, but we know how difficult that injury is to come back from. Giannis is a loyal guy. I remember years ago guys doing a story talking about him wanting to stay in Milwaukee. I mean, every year he said, I want to be Kobe. I want to be one of those guys, Dirk, that has their jersey retired and played in one place my entire career. But the guy also wants to win. And flatly, you cannot win in Milwaukee right now. There are too many holes on the roster. There's too much uncertainty with Lillard. He is at a point now in his career where he's still an incredible player, but he's going to need some help, especially if he wants to win again. The only thing that would keep Giannis there is that loyalty, because as far as a winning environment and having the chance to start next year with an opportunity to compete for an NBA championship, that is gone. It's not going to happen.
We got about a minute left, Nick. Are you more Boston or more Cleveland at this point from what you've seen so far?
Give me Boston all the way, twice on Sunday. Sammy, Cleveland's a hell of a team. They've had a hell of a ride. I just don't buy that Cleveland, who has never really done it in the biggest games, is going to get through a Boston team that just won a title and seems to be finding more of a rhythm than what we've seen from them in this defense of their championship. So Boston, to me, is still the team to beat, not just in the East, but all over the place. And we keep talking about, well, what would you think here, or would you be surprised there? I would truly be shocked, guys, if Cleveland beat Boston in a 7-game series.
Wow. Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Friedel. Nick, always enjoy your visits. Talk next week, all right?
I'll be here, guys. Great being with you.
Thank you, Nick. Insider Calls brought to you by Hyundai. We put your safety first and everything else second. Learn more at HyundaiUSA.com. The Stanley Cup playoffs continue. 4 games tonight. That's next. BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
All right, so Nick, our guy Brian has power go out, so you can just click off.
Cool.
Thanks for having you. Shot's just hot. Just as a heads up,
fellas.
So, thank you, brother.
Thanks, Nick.
You guys just want to turn your cameras off. Not really sure what else to do here.
Sammy P here. That's what's on the BetMGM network. 20 minutes from now. Oh, good. I'm glad we didn't forget about this. This didn't fall by the wayside because we talked about this idea on the show a couple of days ago when mascots came up. We're going to have a mascots draft in 20 minutes. Easier than I thought, Sam. Once I started compiling my list to go off of, easier than I thought. I don't know how many rounds we're doing. I think 3 with everybody involved. But you could probably go longer. Right?
I don't know where this is going to go. I'm excited.
We'll see.
I am excited for the mascot draft. So my guys at Barstool that do the snake draft, they do it on Barstool Chicago a lot. And it's usually 4 people, and they pick, I believe, 5 things. So it's 20 picks. They told me that they all come in with a piece of paper or a notepad or whatever, and they have like 15 things individually, all of them.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have that list. I'm going to be going off memory for the most part on mascots. I've got some mascots I definitely want. I don't know where this is going to go. We know that Paul's going to take the Philly Fanatic. That will happen, and he can have him because I don't want the Philly Fanatic. Let's give Paul the Fanatic. Paul's also probably going to take Gritty. He's a big Gritty guy, I hear.
Oh, he's going to take all the Philadelphia mascots?
All Philly. Yeah. Do the Sixers have a mascot? I don't know.
Well, I could take the Sixers' old mascot, Hip Hop, which kind of looked like a deranged like kangaroo or something. It was one of the worst mascots ever.
Hip Hop?
Remember Hip Hop?
No, yeah. I don't recall Hip Hop.
Joe doesn't remember.
Only active mascots, or yeah.
Oh, you could do. Well, all right. So Paul has also brought up the San Diego Chicken multiple times this week. I feel like that's another Paul Aspen favorite. It should be good. Now, Paul and Jake are a part of this mascot draft. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I don't even know if Jake knows what a mascot is. He's so young. I mean, mascots used to be a lot more popular back in the 90s.
I'm the one that gave you Rocky the other day. What are you talking about?
Yeah, he's a big mascot guy.
Fair counter. I don't know if he's a big mascot guy though. I don't get those vibes.
He is. I do.
Okay.
I do. Hip hop is terrible, by the way. This big ass bunny in a jersey.
It's a bunny?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Paul said it was something else.
Paul said it was a kangaroo.
I mean, kangaroos hop too. It could be either. I don't know.
I assume it's
what
a bunny.
is it?
I don't know.
It was deranged.
According to
It's
the
weird.
internet, hip hop is a rabbit.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know how you get there. And then he was replaced by Franklin the dog.
Why did they have a rabbit for a mascot? That doesn't make any sense.
I think the people voted for it. It's part of rebranding or something. I don't
What
know.
people? I need to know these people.
Rebranding what? The mascot should be a colonial man or a Liberty Bell or something, not a rabbit.
Oh, so good.
Do they have a Benjamin Franklin thing? I don't even know anymore.
They should.
It's changed too
that
many
would make
times.
more sense than a dunking rabbit.
He was a crowd pleaser. He was like Benny the Bull on steroids.
We'll get to that coming up. This is more important. Rico Hoey, T6 through 9. Looking good with Hoey.
2 under.
Let's go.
I
feel
he
alive.
just eagled 18. Just eagled 18, so he's halfway home. There you go.
Give me an eagle every, 9 holes? All right. Work with
That was
that.
good. Yeah.
Paul,
Yeah,
if you
no
hit
bogey
this
Sunday?
one, Paul, you hit this one. We will never be able to say another thing because you gave us a golfer that nobody's ever heard of.
No.
If he
I'll
comes
tell
home,
you exactly what's going to happen. He's going to have a
No!
2-stroke lead on 18 on day 4, and he's going to go right into the drink like Mito Pereira did. Just saying.
This attempt at a reverse jinx is just insane right now.
It's not
That
even.
is.
It's not even.
He's
I
uncomfortable.
just know how it's going to
He's
end.
uncomfortable feeling good. Yeah. He doesn't want all the hope. Yep.
so did you actually bet
Valimaki,
him?
we mentioned. Yeah.
Did you bet him
80.
outright or did you bet him 5, 10, 20?
No, I did plus 270, and I did the 80 to 1 outright.
80.
Had to.
Yep.
Ooh.
I think we mentioned Valimaki on the
Oh,
show
oh.
yesterday. I forget. I mean, it was Sam. I think you had been told about Valimaki. He's in the lead right now. He's tied for the leader right now.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that was a Jeff Seeley bet, Cupmaker Jeff. He's got him 75 to 1, I think, to win.
Wow.
You know, so I was thinking about this today as I was getting ready for the show. If I could have the Friday newspaper, I would be so happy. Like if I got that paper in advance and I knew the results, tell me how we wouldn't just bet like Thursday day baseball, take all the dogs that win, and then take a first round leader every Thursday. How great would life be if we had that Friday paper the day before?
Bet everything. But like maybe golf is the one. See, I guess you can get down more. I don't know. It depends where you're betting and how much you have to bet. But golf, you can bet the first round leader. You can bet the matchups. We can start like positioning. If you know what's happening in day 1, you see what some solid top 5, top 10, top 20 bets. Like you can go a million different directions with golf if you have just those day 1 results ahead of time.
Give me every underdog that wins and give me the golf results a day early. I know it's not possible, but
yes,
you know, Biff's Almanac is something I think about very frequently. Probably about as much as Nick Friedel thinks about Tom Thibodeau yelling, "Ice!" I think about if I had tomorrow's paper, I think about it at least once a week, what I would do.
Yes. I love that Nick was taking shots at the people at ESPN as well because it's just nonstop. And his aunt, they're pissed.
No one was.
He
They won't
bus
stop
rolled his
talking about
aunt.
the Lakers.
He bus rolled the aunt on BetSweats.
Well, maybe he's the ant. Maybe it's just a made-up character. That's his way of saying how he feels about something going on.
Oh, okay. So the aunt is the bartender, basically. Same thing.
After he mentioned that, I turned it on the TV in here, and it has been Lakers the last half hour. It's been all Lakers. It's like the only thing happening about Redick and everything, but that's to be expected. All right, this NHL card for tonight. 4 series that are 3-2. Yeah. What? 4 series that are 3-2, Sam. Do you have one specific matchup that you want to talk about as far as side total or anything else?
Minnesota's going to get a lot of sharp play tonight, I think. So they're back home. Obviously got to have it because Minnesota is down 3-2. Game 6 in their barn. I imagine you're going to see some people that we respect on the Wild. That's not to say that I'm there, but this feels like a series that has all the makings of a Game 7 scenario. You know, the only thing that matters, though, in my household is I need the stupid Avalanche to win tonight. That's all I want. Because then if we get there, I could bet Dallas on the money line, get a decent price. I mean, the Avs, if they win tonight, are going to be $1.40, $1.50 in Game 7. And then I can just make a decent pop on the Stars and plus money. Ooh, knock my headphones out. And alleviate some of the liability. I don't know how that just happened. I think I just broke my headphones. Things are going swimmingly over here. I need the Avs, man. I need them to win. Let's go. Enough of this nickel and dime stuff. Enough of this outshoot the other team and don't win. Enough of this erratic power play. This team has so much talent and speed and skill. And Dallas is still playing without 2 of its better players, and Dallas is ahead. must win is an understatement. I need Colorado so bad tonight. And it's not that I came in and laid $1.80 or $1.85 tonight. I just have them series. I have them West. I have them Cup. Your boy needs the Avs tonight, and I need it pretty big.
What did you get him series?
Trying to remember. I think it was like $1.70. Yeah, before it started. $1.70, okay. I think. No, wait a minute. It wasn't that big. It might have been $1. Well, it got bet up, right? It was like $1.15 on the open, and then I think it closed at $1.50. I think I was in the middle. Colorado, let me check. Colorado minus 130. I got them for the series.
Oh, okay. Well, now it's $2. Dallas is your favorite. I would consider the plus 175 on the Colorado side for the series. Makes sense. Biggest favorite of the day with Colorado. That's a high total, 6.5, the highest of the day as well there. I understand what you're saying about Minnesota, why you think they're going to be a sharp play. When you look at what's happened, especially these last couple games, you can make the case, boy, I mean, just a sliver with the offsides that was called at the very end as the Wild go on to score a goal. Then VGK takes it in overtime. These back-to-back wins for the Knights, both in overtime, they're going to view that and say these are coin flip scenarios, that it's probably due to go Minnesota's way this time around. Yeah, sizable dog there. I like Minnesota as an underdog. That makes sense.
Yeah, they'll get some money for sure at a plus price. And then, the game of the night, I think, in a lot of circles is that first game, 7 o'clock puck drop, East Coast, Toronto and Ottawa. Leafs are so close, man. But Ottawa, you could make a case, could be up 3-2 or could have won this series. 2 straight losses in overtime. They've been right there. Aside from maybe one game in the series, Ottawa has been right there. They have met most of the challenges. They've been resilient. They just haven't been able to finish. Ottawa's taking money today. This opened flat, minus 110 each way. And now you see Ottawa, $1.15, $1.20. MGM's got $1.18. Ottawa getting some money today. And I assure you, there's some reverse line movement there. More bets on Toronto, but maybe the bigger bets are on Ottawa.
And then we also have the last game. Edmonton is a favorite. That minus 165 range. Yeah, minus 165 over at BetMGM. Total of 6 against the LA Kings. Another series where it's just, you've seen the swings here. You got the Kings taking the first couple. Edmonton's taking the last 3. And now they are favored to close this one out in 6 after dropping those first 2.
It would be Kings or pass for me. I was also on the Kings, though, on Tuesday. Hated my life. The shot count after the second period, Edmonton had 33. The Kings had 12. You're not going to win a lot of hockey games when you allow that. And the Kings did score that first goal on the power play. Took a 1-0 lead. Edmonton scored moments later and then won the game, 3-1. It was 2-1 for most of the third. And then Edmonton scored an empty netter, Nugent Hopkins, to make it 3-1. I don't know how Edmonton is getting this many more chances and shots with how bad their defense has been. But the Kings are only playing 4D now for the most part. So it's been a series that has been mostly freewheeling. We did joke, you and I. We had talked about the offense in the first 4 games. It was just a shootout. Every game was a shootout. And, of course, we talk about it, and then the last game is 3-1. 2-1 for most of the third period. Total open 5.5, got bet to 6. I do see a 6.5 out there. I should bet the Kings. I don't know that I'll get there because it was very frustrating to play as well as I thought they played for most of the series, and then for me to bet on the Kings dud. I hated that, but at a plus price, I would look to Los Angeles plus 150 or so.
Of the 4, how many series end tonight?
2.
2. So we're going to say Toronto, Edmonton?
I don't know. If you made me make a
Yeah.
line, I'd make the line 2. I just feel like
Okay.
we're due for a dog or two to win tonight, and that's the thing about the Stanley Cup playoffs. You think you have things figured out, you watch a game, you watch a couple games, you think you have it solved, and then the total opposite happens the following game. Hockey's a very, very random sport in a lot of ways.
Half seems about right, and that's how I would look the NBA too. We've got two games where the series are in the balance. They could wrap. They're 3-2, obviously. Game number 6 here, and I think the Clippers extend it, and the Knicks will wrap things up in Detroit, as people are probably betting on the Detroit Pistons. You agree that that's probably the way the NBA would go too, where one of them would win?
6 series tonight combined. 3 of them end. 3 of them survive. Maybe.
Makes sense.
I will probably end up with a Kings. No, sorry, not Kings. With an Avalanche and a Knicks parlay. I'm going to see what that pays real quick. So Avs to win and Knicks to win plus 208. Not bad.
Oh, I like that one, actually. All right, Chris Meany, we'll get his thoughts on tonight's games. He always has great player props on the NHL. He'll join us 11:20 Eastern. But next, time for the mascot draft. Everybody's involved. Most people have their list. Keep it here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Panayotovich on the BetMGM Network.
All right, we're going to have some fun. Nickel or dime, top of the hour. Moments away from our mascot draft. But first, Sam, during the break when we were chatting about some of these games going down tonight, you noticed the board was lighting up. What'd you see?
Colorado just got decked. A 20-cent move at Chris, which I don't have to tell you is a very sharp sports book. They were $1.83, and now they are minus 200. Circa got hit. Pinnacle just got hit. It's a big number on Colorado, laying 180, but they laid it, and it looks like they're still laying it. A lot of places offshore went from $1.80, $1.85 to minus 200. That is a substantial move. It takes a lot of money to move that from minus 180 to minus 200.
Mm-hmm. So let's say we get to a game 7. What do you think game 7 is?
Colorado minus 150.
Right now, you can get Colorado plus 180 for the series. If you feel strongly that they're going to win tonight, it's probably worth something if you don't have anything futures-wise.
They have to win tonight. There's no if. They have to win. And I'm looking right now. It doesn't look like Dallas will have either Heiskanen or Robertson. So still shorthanded in terms of having their best guys on the ice. Colorado's either going to win this game, I think, 5-1 or lose it outright. I don't think there's a middle ground.
Yep. All right. We certainly respect those sorts of moves. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich with you. This is Bet Sweats. And we also bring in Paul Aspen, Jake Hassan, because we're going to have a mascot draft. We go around the horn. I assume people are going to pick their favorites. I'm expecting Paul to have some very strange selections. Of the four of us, I'm thinking he's going to go off the board more than anyone else. But the order is me, Sam, Paul, then Jake, and then Jake goes back to back. All right, I'm going to start. Damn, it's going to be tough. All right, I'm going to start with a mascot that I mentioned yesterday. I'm a little worried that Sam is going to take this mascot, so I'm going to stick with him here. Puddles, the Oregon Duck. Let's go. Let's go with the Duck. Very entertaining. Love it when game day goes there because we're going to see plenty of puddles. So that's where I'm going with my first pick in the mascot draft. How about you, Sam?
Great pick. I would not have taken Puddles 2, but I respect the hell out of Puddles 1. Let me be very clear. That's a great pick. I am not taking Benny the Bull. I think many people would have made him the favorite to come off the board first for me. I'm going to go with the Suns Gorilla, who I used to play NBA Jam with. Not actually with the Gorilla, but I would use his character. I mean, how many times have we seen him flying through the air, backflip, front flip, between the legs? An unbelievable dunker. A very, very great mascot. Go the Gorilla is my first pick from Phoenix.
Great pick. Was on the list. All right, Paul. Where are you going first?
I mean, if it's on, I think I have
bad.
to. I have to. I mean, it's got to be the Fanatic. The Fanatic, any list you look at, he is at the top, near the top. Like he's always driving his little four-wheeler around, playing to the crowd. He's the perfect epitome of that lunatic fan base in Philadelphia, dumping popcorn on people, which I guess Benny the Bull also does. It's got to be the Fanatic, shooting hot dogs at people in the face. It's got to be the Fanatic. It's got to be the Fanatic. There's so many knockoffs of the Fanatic that we kind of talked about yesterday. Southpaw, Pirate the Parrot, or the Pirate Parrot, whatever it is. Like there's so many things that kind of are Gritty, which I think we got to give Gritty to Gertch because he's sending stuff in the chat of like Gritty as like baby Jesus. So it's quite a take.
Nativity.
So yeah, I think we give Gritty to Gertch, but I'll take the Fanatic, the OG.
I'm going to do the one that I brought up the other day as well. I'm going Rocky, the Nuggets mascot.
Oh.
Have to be consistent with that one. It's just that gif makes me laugh so hard when he's just dangling from the ceiling. It's
but that
outrageous.
wasn't. I don't think that was the plan, right?
No, Joe. The plan was not to suspend the unconscious mascot from the ceiling and whip him around the stadium.
Let's kill the mascot. 3, 2, 1, go.
You gotta imagine that wasn't part of the plan.
There are
so I
kids
will
that
go
are probably
with
still
Loki.
traumatized from that. Like, not planned.
You get 2, Jake. We're snake.
Yeah. So, am I allowed to take Chief Olanuek, or are we just doing current?
Whatever.
Okay.
Take him.
All right. No rules. I'll take Chief Olanuek. I'll take the fight in Illini. Have to.
I know
Just
Paul's
all
going to
doesn't
get mad
care.
when people take animals. He's going to get mad about that.
I'm not gonna get mad. I just think, which one are you
okay.
taking? 3, 7, 15? Like, which bulldog are you taking? Or
But
you
they're
just
also
going to the
different
graveyard?
people that are wearing these things.
Paul doesn't
Oh.
care as long as he got the Fanatic. Fanatic was 1A for him. He
Right.
got him 3rd. He wins the draft. He doesn't care.
Paul's
He doesn't
just
really
dusting
Take-
his hands and walking off into the
take-
sunset.
Bevo or Bavo or the Louisiana Tiger, whatever. For my next pick, it's got to be the San Diego Chicken. And like I did a deep dive on the San Diego Chicken last night to back this up a little
Knew
bit.
it.
With that deep dive being Wikipedia, New York Times calling him perhaps the most influential mascot in sports history. So the Chicken appeared at WrestleMania XV, I think that's 15, and WrestleMania 2000. Although the costume at WrestleMania 15 was worn by Pete Rose, who then got pile drove by Kane. That's pretty iconic. And I like this. He's not too serious. 94, the Chicken was featured in Boys Life magazine, whatever that is, in a piece about mascots. Unlike all the interviewed mascots, and mascots are weird, who asked to not reveal the real names. The San Diego Chicken was like, yeah, my name's Ted Giannalas. I'm sorry to all our Greek listeners, not my first language. And my personal favorite, in 2015, the Chicken was invited to appear as the honored guest at Anthrocon, which was their 19th furry convention held annually in Pittsburgh. That's some clout right there.
Thank God nobody took the San Diego Chicken, because all of that research would have been put to waste.
With my second pick, I will just read you the Wikipedia
I'm still
entry.
stuck on Boys Life. I'm still stuck on him referencing Boys Life magazine,
Just moving on.
which was the mascot of the Boy Scouts. If you were in the Boy Scouts, they would give you Boys Life magazine.
Iconic.
Bright red fur, large eyes, a tan snout, a black bushy unibrow, horns with red tips, orange hair, a long red tail, and red fur on the back. Benjamin T. Bull.
Benny.
Easy second round pick for me.
Full
Victor said
government
that's
is
strong for
crazy.
Sam. Good draft by Sam so far. Okay. Little surprise this mascot lasted to me with the last pick in the second round. Or should I say mascots? Maybe you're going to argue that this is not fair. The racing presidents. Fair?
Oh, I like it.
I have them on my
so
list.
fair.
Yeah.
But I have too
Okay.
much other important stuff to put down, obviously.
Yes, yes, you were hoping third round for value, but you had to get the San Diego Chicken and the entire Wikipedia mention. I understand that. So I'm going with the racing presidents. I have been to a Nationals game. It is very exciting. It's more exciting than the actual baseball. Everybody stops and makes sure they watch the entire race. My last pick, first pick of the third round. Man, a lot of ways to go. I'm going to go... I'm going with the Stanford tree.
What?
The tree. You don't know the tree? You don't know the tree?
We know it.
For
We're surprised.
We're starting to stretch here. We're starting to stretch. I had some other ideas, but Paul's got it in my head that Bevo's a terrible pick. Was Bevo going after Uga the one year? Was that the battle before the game? That was fun. You know what? I'll go with Bevo. Screw it. No tree for me.
Much
I'm
better
going
pick.
Bevo.
Yeah, much better pick than the tree.
Go ahead, Sam.
I'll take the Florida Gator. Believe his name is Albert, which I was a little disappointed
Oh.
in. I thought we could have done a lot better than Albert. But the Florida Gator classic, I go back to the commercial ESPN did with Steve Irwin and the Gator. Remember Steve Irwin and John Anderson are in the hallway waiting for the elevator. The elevator doors open, and it's the Florida Gator. Steve Irwin's like, "Oh, will you look at that one?" He like tries to wrestle it to the ground. I'll take the Florida Gator chomp chomp with my third pick.
Oh boy, here we go.
Man,
Paul?
there's a lot. There's a lot. All right, so I'll tell you who I'm not taking. Otto, stupid little orange that just rolls over people. Whatever. The Brewers sausages are strong, but I'll leave them for Jake. The Mountaineer, like a lot going on. You got the song, you got the David Crockett hat, even though David Crockett's from Tennessee and died at the Alamo, which is pretty far from West Virginia, but whatever.
Famously.
So I'm going Swoop, strong, but we're going with Iceberg, the Penguin. Pretty much because he or she was the villain in a movie that Jake has definitely never seen, Sudden Death with Jean-Claude Van Damme in 1995.
Jean-Claude
Strong
Van
showing.
Damme.
My bad.
Remember Double Team with him and Rodman?
Yeah.
Was it that was a great movie. Go ahead, Jake.
Was it?
Last pick of the draft. No.
All right, with the
Didn't see
last
Double
pick
Team is
of
a
the
wild
draft,
movie name. to throw out.
I'm going to take Blob, the mascot for the Philly Stars from the USFL, just because look at this monstrosity.
Oh,
Look at
yeah.
that.
Fanatic knockoff.
It was so bad. I have to take it for the value of just literally there's an article of Blob, history of a mistake from United Football Media. Like, it's just so awful. I had to take it.
That
are
looks
some
like
awful
Big
ones.
Red, the Western
Shout out
Kentucky
Blob.
mascot. That's who
Also
it looks
a good
like.
one.
Big Red and Blob, I think, are cousins.
Have you guys seen Freddy
Best
Fever?
guy. No.
Freddie what?
Fever. Indiana Fever mascot. Check it
No.
out. Sam, you'll love it.
Ragnar, strong. Would have been a strong 4th round pick.
Nobody
Can't
took
believe the
Mr. Met.
Dogster was still on the board.
Yeah.
I like
And Green Man.
Yeah. Yeah. There's some good ones left. Bet_sweats on Twitter if you have a suggestion. We'll play Nickel or Dime next. This is the BetMGM Network. Boys Life.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the
Welcome back. Hour 3 of Bet Sweats. Joe Ostrowski, MIA for the time being. I'm guessing that Joe is not going to be here. We will bring in Jay Kassan for nickel or dime here. I don't know if we need Paul to play Joe, but we can maybe bounce this around. So Paul Aspen, Jay Kassan, myself will hop in here for nickel or dime. What do we got, guys?
I was just going to start with 100 men versus a gorilla, but I feel like we should wait for Joe for that one. Oh, there he is.
Come here. Sorry.
Hi, Joe.
Joe fell in. Joe's back.
Back from the dead. Nickel or dime. It is May, and the Braves alerts are hitting everybody's phone except for mine because I'm still way good on that team. But would you rather go the nickel on the Braves first to 10 wins in May at plus 850 or the dime on the Braves to make the playoffs at minus 165, Sam?
This is a playoff team. Acuna Jr. comes back eventually. Strider rounds into form. They're too deep, too talented, too many good players to miss this expanded postseason. This is not a 4-team playoff anymore, guys. This is 6 teams. They are one of the best 6 teams in the National League. I don't know how far they're going to go. You got to deal with a lot of tough teams, the Dodgers, the Mets, the Phillies, the Padres. But making the playoffs, they should make.
Yeah, I starting with the Dodgers, first to 10 in May, I wouldn't be interested in. Jake, what do you mean you're good on them? Is this just a sell year for them?
I don't think it's a sell year. Like, I agree with Sam. I think they're a playoff team, but I'm not dying to bet this team. I'm not rushing to, I'm not looking for a spot to jump in on them. I was on the Phillies before the season, and they have a ton of issues, obviously, but I think this NL East, the Mets are really hot right now, but that's probably going to cool off at some point. I think the NL East is kind of just going to be a rock fight at the top there between these 3. And so I'm not dying to try and pick one of these teams in the middle of the season. And the Braves just don't do it for me. I mean, Profar suspended. We still don't know when Acuna is going to come back. That's very ambiguous. They refuse to give us a clear timeline, which is a little scary to me. Strider's back on the injured list. Sale lost to the Rockies yesterday. This team just doesn't do it for me. That's a me thing. I could be wrong 1,000%, but that's just me.
The thing that sucks about the first to 10 is they don't play today. Then you start with the Dodgers. So it's May 5th, and it's possible you could have 0 wins at that point. But after that, Cincinnati, Pittsburgh, Washington, you miss Skeens, it looks like. That's how it's set up right now. So, man, if it were first of 15, maybe, but first to 10 is going to be a bit tough. So I would agree with them for the playoffs, but just the way it starts, I don't love for that first to 10 wins in May bet. So I would go playoffs as well, Dime.
Speaking of the playoffs, let's talk about the NBA games tonight. Would you rather go the nickel on Clippers to win the series versus the Nuggets? That's plus 175. Or the dime on the Knicks money line in Game 6 tonight against the Pistons? Even money. Joe, we'll start with you.
Yeah. Do you want to go against Jokic for nickel at plus 175 or take the Knicks tonight, getting just 1.5, just getting them to win after a bad Brunson game? I think we're going to get a good Brunson performance on the road. As Sam mentioned, the home road stuff hasn't even mattered much in this series as far as the results go. I also have to go dime, but I do expect Clippers to win tonight. I don't know that they cover. I think they win. There is a Game 7. The plus 175 is enticing, but I'll go Knicks knocking out the Pistons.
I hate going dime out of the gate, but it's Knicks for me. And I keep finding ways to bet the Knicks and the Avs tonight. MGM's letting me do Knicks even money, Avalanche in regulation at plus 270. I keep betting Knicks. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm willing to find out. I don't love these young teams that don't quite yet know how to win. And I'm telling you, when I saw that number open up and it hung 1.5, that brought me to the side of the dog. Home court has not been important in this series, and now you got to face a Knick team that probably should be done, should be on to the next round, lost at home. They've been stewing on it. Tibbs has been a maniac at practice and film sessions. I think the Knicks end it tonight, so I'll go the dime at even money, plus 100.
For hockey, would you rather go the nickel on Ovi to win Conn Smythe? That's 20-1. Or would you rather go the dime on the Leafs money line tonight, minus 102?
Ooh. Oh, they want that story. And like that was the biggest takeaway last night. Ovi getting a goal last night as the Capitals secure the series. I don't. All right, I'll take the value. I'll take it. I'll get on board with you, Sam. I'll root for the Caps to make the run. Let's go Ovi with the value. That number hasn't really dropped. Maybe it was 25, I want to say, before the playoffs got started. But I thought we'd see a bigger drop with that number. So I'll do that. It's something to hold on to throughout the playoffs instead. We'll go nickel.
It would be a legacy award for him. He might not even have to be the best player, but it could be sort of this season-long thing, career-long thing. Maybe he retires at the end of the season. I don't know. But it feels like narrative-wise, that would be a very easy pick for the media. So I agree. I'm not betting Leafs tonight. So I'd go the nickel on Ovi. I'll roll with you, Joe. I love the parentheses in this part of the rundown. So it says Ovi, Conn Smythe, or Leafs money line. And then in parentheses, figure Sam has enough exposure on the Avs, who are minus 118 in regulation tonight. So I don't know who put that. It's very true, and it's very funny.
Paul.
I did. That was my original dime, but then I was like, why make the kid bet another dime on the Avs when he's already got enough?
He's already on edge.
We got enough dimes on the Avs. Well, here I am still betting those idiots, and I'm looking at Odds Logic right now. So according to their injury bug, which is very accurate, it says Miro Heiskanen and Jason Robertson are both unlikely to play at Colorado tonight. If you don't win this game, well, the season's over. But I mean, that's a problem. You have to win this game tonight. Have to win it.
Got to. All right. That's been nickel or dime. There's been a debate that's been going everywhere. And I know, Sam, you wanted to hit on it. I've seen it as well now for a couple weeks. And it's not just on social media. If you just do a quick Google search, you'll see stories on USA Today, NBC News, like everywhere. Everybody's talking about this idea. Explain what the idea is. And I think we all have strong opinions.
I don't know how it started. Maybe Paul or Jake can fill in the blanks there. I have no idea who started this whole conversation.
I do.
But it's basically you take
Reddit.
one gorilla,
Twitter,
and 100 humans, human males. Who wins? And I've seen a lot of differing opinions. Barkley and Kenny were awesome. They asked them on NBA on TNT Social. Then they asked a bunch of UFC fighters who all thought that the men were the answer. Aaron Kessler, former Vegas odds maker, made a price. And he does this every year. It's called Odds on Anything. So he made 100 men minus 6,000 and the gorilla 20-1.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Gorilla for my lungs.
No way. Nickel.
That's what he said.
No chance. Kessler, he's way off on this. Way off.
100 men is a lot of people.
Okay. So let's set it straight. Like, men come in all shapes and sizes and ages and all that, right? So what I see you posted a week ago on Reddit, they go into detail about the 100 men that are involved. And it says, ages of men between 26 and 32. All 100 men have a baseline level of athleticism. They all played a varsity sport and were star players for their high school, whether it's football, basketball, soccer, tennis, rowing, whatever sport. Does that change your opinion?
No. Makes me like the men even more.
Yes.
Well, I'm just saying, we're basically talking about 100 Jake Hassans. I've seen him play kickball. He's athletic. He was
then
a varsity
gorilla
athlete, golf
for
team,
my
right?
lungs and my parents' lungs.
Well, Jake,
Yeah,
you'd be on
I
the
don't-
take, though, so you would just lay down.
All right. Well,
You die to win a bet.
What are some?
Well, you don't
what
have
are
to
some
die.
measurables on this gorilla? Like, give me some measurables.
Measurables?
Like
Oh,
6'7",
tail of the tape?
585. I don't know. What's a standard gorilla? I don't know.
So
No idea.
I mean, usually a gorilla's about 6 foot, I think, like 5 to 6 feet, and about 500 pounds. I thought. I could be way off on that, but I thought gorillas were generally about 5 to 6 feet and about 500 pounds. I guess we could look that up. But I mean, that's what I always thought. Yeah, Gertz probably already knows. Oh, he got it.
4'7" to
okay.
5'11". Yeah, go ahead, Sam.
Yeah, no, it's fine. So the height I feel like the tallest gorilla would be taller than 5'11", but adult male gorillas, according to this copy and paste from Gertz, stand 4'7" to 5'11", with arm spans of 7'7" to 8'6", and can weigh 300 to 500 pounds. That's an average gorilla, he adds.
Yeah.
So let's say the gorilla is 6 foot, 600 pounds. And the humans also don't get weapons. They don't get guns or knives or slingshots or whatever.
Here's the reality. Who's going first?
Mm-hmm.
I understand 100, and you can only have so many at a time. Who are the first 10 that are going in against the gorilla? Because you're all dying.
Well,
that's my thing. Like half of these, like you're gonna have a good amount of like mouth breathers in this group if you're just taking random dudes off the street. Like as soon as the first person gets his head ripped off and his dismembered body used like a weapon by the gorilla, like these guys are gonna just absolutely lose their minds and go into shock. And the high school thing, like I know people who went to my high school who were stars on the football team and they're fat slobs now. Like we're talking about 8 years ago. Like come on.
So how about this? 100 gladiators, because that used to be a thing back in the day. Been a couple thousand years. But no weapons, but those kind of guys against
Gemini.
Who's that? Is that Russell Crowe?
The gladiators.
I don't know. Okay.
Oh, those gladiators.
You're like
gladiators.
Nitro with his tennis ball machine where he's firing off at people trying to like lob grenades at him. Yeah.
The
Gorilla.
joust.
Yeah, the joust.
Gladiators
okay,
was
so
wild.
Where's the gorilla vulnerable? Like, where are you kicking him in the kneecaps?
Here it is.
Like, what are we
here it is.
doing?
Eyes.
Okay, so I saw this. Yes, exactly. I saw this like opinion
shark.
about why it's 100 men. The plan: 10 waves of men. The first 3 waves go with the objective to jab the eyes out. 30 men, all between the weights of 160, 280 pounds, throwing themselves full speed at the gorilla with the goal of jabbing the eyes clear out. And then you got.
Here's my counterpoint to that, though. Now you have an angry, blind gorilla that's just enraged, like just rampaging. Like I think that's worse.
Marco.
Jake would lose so much money on this gorilla bet at 20-1. I mean, the men are going to win. 100 men are going to win. However, I did watch last night. Let's take this next level.
Give me the over on casualties then.
Somebody generated an AI video of 1 million men against 10,000 gorillas. I watched it last night. I watched it 3 times.
Yeah. Same.
The gorillas roll them. The gorillas destroy them.
Of course.
But one gorilla, it only takes one shot to kill this gorilla. Only takes one.
But how are you killing him? Are like the last 20 guys like stepping on his throat? Like,
I don't think people realize how many men 100 men would be against one thing.
Like I would take 100 men against an elephant. But I'm with Jake. Like a rampaging gorilla is very different.
And this is Hunger Games. Like you can't run away once you get down to the last 10. You're in the arena. You're down. You're the last guy. Got to give it your best shot, pal. Otherwise, like you're just dying regardless.
I think it would be way more interesting if you did Royal Rumble style, where the men came in every 30 seconds,
every
60
minute.
seconds.
Yeah, it's just like the first.
man.
Can you imagine drawing
No
the first
chance.
envelope and
Then
being
it's
like
no
the first
chance.
guy to run? Oh man.
Paul, which side are you on?
I think Gorilla.
The Gorilla's the dead dog. They want you to bet
3-1. He's relying on Kessler's numbers as being.
Let me see
super
the
sharp.
Gorillas combine numbers first, then we'll get a better idea.
We'll ask Chris Meany next. Stanley Cup playoffs. BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
4 games tonight. Let's get you set for it with Chris Meany. He's been joining us throughout the playoffs, NHL Fantasy, Edge Stats for NHL.com. You follow him on X by his name, at Chris Meany. Chris, we appreciate your time. A lot of matchups to get to, a lot of things to look forward to, but I need you to settle a debate that we were just having on the show. It's one that you've probably seen on the internet over the last couple of weeks. Gorilla or 100 Men? Which one? Which side wins?
Gorilla.
Yes. See, Sam's the only one.
Go with Gorilla. Yeah,
it's too public.
Really?
It's too Joe. If Gorilla was a public dog, it's the most public dog of all time.
Which is not ideal.
I know. I'm still saying Gorilla.
When everybody says Gorilla, Chris,
you
go the other way.
Yeah, I get it.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I understand it as well. But this is the first thing that came to my mind.
So we were talking off air. We had you on a couple weeks ago, and I told you about my affinity for the Avs, and I have them to win the West, win the Cup. Not great so far, and I'm a little surprised that they've done this, Dallas, without Heiskanen and without Robertson. Now, they did take Heiskanen off of IR today, but that doesn't mean he's going to play. Are my Avs going to win tonight or what?
I think so. Yeah. It's, when I chatted to you guys a couple weeks ago, I was with you. I liked Colorado as well. And it was the toughest series for me to call anyways. I mean, these are two teams I said that whoever wins, I still feel this way. Whoever comes out of this series, I truly believe is going to win the Stanley Cup. And, Dallas has been right there over the past couple of years in the Western Conference Finals in each of the last 2 seasons and couldn't get over the hump. I just love their squad. And then they picked up Mikko Rantanen, but then the injury to Jason Robertson in the final game, word that Miro Heiskanen may not suit up and, activated. We'll see if he's able to play tonight. It's a good sign for Dallas. He's got a couple nice practices in this week, so I would expect him to suit up. If it's not tonight, maybe for Game 7. But I do like this Avs team. I felt like it was going to go 7. They're a dominant team at home. They have controlled the pace of play at 5-5. Goaltending has been good on both sides. Blackwood would like to have a couple weird goals back from the most recent game there in Dallas, but I look at the big boys tonight, like Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar. These guys are 1 and 2 in shot attempts so far in the playoffs. Look at Nathan McKinnon's shot prop tonight of at least 5 shots. I know it seems high, but when you look at his track record the last few games, 7, 4, 9, 4, and 7, he's putting a lot of pucks towards the goal. And this is the time of the year when elimination game, Bednar is not shy of loading up on his top guys. So I think we could see Gabriel Landeskog back with Nate McKinnon up on that top line. Certainly seen him jump up the lineup, get more minutes as the series has progressed here. So I think we'll see 7, but it's been super entertaining, and you may just have to sweat this one out again tonight.
So if you like Chris's idea of the winner of this series wins the Cup, the Stars are 8-1, and the Avs are now 14-1. Biggest number that we've seen on them in a long, long time. You mentioned some props, some ideas of players you think that are going to be pivotal in these matchups, especially Avs Stars. The teams that are facing elimination tonight, the 3 others, is that where you're going? Are you looking at the star players? Because a lot of times you've thrown out some names. You're hunting for some value, maybe guys on the 3rd or 4th line that you see doing something, whether it's shots, assists, whatever. But are you sticking with the star players for tonight?
I'm certainly sticking with the star players in Colorado. And, I would take a look at the Leafs. I know that, Leafs Nation they're sweating this thing out. And in the Matthews era, I think they're 1-13 in elimination games. So they've had some issues closing teams out. But I thought they had a really good Game 5. I thought Linus Ullmark really sold the show. And I would expect the Leafs to close this thing out. And I don't think they want to go to a 7th game. So I would look at the big boys for Toronto. John Tavares in particular, he's the veteran. He's the guy that has the most playoff experience, the most career playoff goals out of that core that they have. And some guys have really showed up, and Matthew Nyes is having a breakout right in front of our eyes. We know what Austin Matthews and Mitch Marner can do, but John Tavares has the 3 goals in the 5 games. He's second on the team in shots. He's had 3+ shots in 4 or 5. looking at some of our edge stats, he's in the 92nd percentile in high danger shots and mid-range shots. Those are the areas you want to get to. So I would take a look at Tavares for 3 shots tonight, maybe for him to find the back of the net. You want to do a point combo with him and William Nylander. It's something that's worked out in 3 games so far here in the playoffs. It's a really nice duo. So even though Ottawa is in a must-win situation at home, that series I think will be over tonight. I do believe that the Avs will force a 7th. I think that Minnesota will force a 7th. You're talking about big boys as well. Matt Boldy, Kirill Kaprizov, right? This is, if that game gets tight, we saw it last night with the Canadians, although they weren't able to force a 6th against the Capitals. Martin St. Louis really loaded up essentially on 2 lines in the last few minutes of the game. So it all depends. Like if they're up, they don't need to do that. If they're down, they obviously may decide to load up on some of their big boys, double shift some guys. But if it's a tight game, like Vegas and Minnesota have played all series long, we could see Boldy, Kaprizov, Joel Eriksson Ek. These guys flirt with 22, 23, 24 minutes for a forward. That's significant.
And if they're playing together, to your point, you may want to look at some of these player props, guys to get a point, guys to get a goal, guys to get an assist, whatever it may be. I mean, their chances certainly elevate if they're playing with other great players. So that's always something to consider in these elimination games. I bet the Kings on Tuesday, and I felt good. They took that 1-0 lead, and then all of a sudden it was pow, and then they get the empty netter, Edmonton, to win 3-1. I'm not sure how Edmonton's doing it with how poorly their defense is played. But then you look at the Kings. The Kings gave up 38 shots in the first 2 periods. So it's been an over series, as we know. 4 of the 5 have gone over. Last game, 3-1, the only under. Edmonton's $1.70. That just, man, that feels a little expensive given how liable they are on the blue line.
Yeah, absolutely. There's always a moment in a series or certainly in a game where you can pinpoint where, like, what went wrong. It's like, this moment. And, I was feeling pretty good about LA. It's I had them in 7, felt like the difference between, this series as opposed to the 3 others that we've seen over the last 3 years between these 2 teams is that the fact that LA had a goaltender in Darcy Kemper, who's won of the big stage before, won a Stanley Cup, and the fact that they would have home ice advantage. And they took care of that early, as you alluded to, right? Up 2-0 in the first 2 games. And then you look at game 3 and a puzzling coaching decision, a coaching challenge, where it didn't go LA's way, and all of a sudden the puck is in the back of the net, and all of a sudden this series is 3-2. And I thought Edmonton had their best game in weeks, guys, in game 5 against the Kings. They dominated play. I think LA is in a bad spot. I really do. Obviously, with their backs against the wall, they need to win this game, but it just feels like Edmonton they're cooking right now. They're playing with some confidence. We know that the big boys can do with McDavid and Draisaitl, but Evander Kane, that's another guy to take a look at tonight as well for 3 shots. He's only played 4 games all year. He didn't play all season long due to a knee injury, and he was 13, 14 minutes in his first game. But his last 3 games, he's had 4+ shots in each of them. He's got 3 points and 14 shots overall at 5-5 in game 5 in LA, which is a tough environment to play. He led the Oilers with 7 attempts and 5 shots at 5-5. And his line with Hyman and Ryan Nugent-Hopkins, when they were on the ice, Edmonton generated the most shots, attempts, high danger chances, scoring chances than any other line. That's including McDavid and Draisaitl, who played together 9 minutes at 5-5. So I think, like LA, they're going to have to load up on their big guys. They play this brand of hockey where it's almost conservative. They don't want to make mistakes. They're kind of playing a defensive role. I wonder if that will change tonight with desperation. Adrian Kempe and Kevin Fiala are 2 guys that would expect to get a ton of ice time. When LA was down in the last game, Kempe was playing defense. This is a winger, so they were really double shifting him. So keep an eye on those 2 Kings forwards. But I think Edmonton is in a pretty good spot, and I do believe this series changed in game 3.
With Chris Meany here on BetSweats, Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich with you, NHL Fantasy Edge stats for NHL.com. All right, Chris, let's talk about Vegas and Minnesota tonight. Vegas up 3-2. Vegas, the favorite, minus 165. The overs were hitting early on in the series. Then we start talking about it. They move it up to 6. And then, of course, it goes under. I guess, I don't know if it's bad luck how it went down for the Wild in the last game, just by a hair. Then they end up not getting it in regulation. They lose in overtime. Back-to-back overtime losses here. We were talking about it. We think people are going to be lining up on the Minnesota side, thinking that it's been a bit coin flippy here, and it's got to go their way at some point in this desperate spot tonight. What say you about this matchup?
I do feel like Minnesota will force a seventh. It's a very tough place to play a hockey game. They've been a good team at home over the past couple of years, and Gustafson's played really well. I know that he left the last game due to an illness, but it does sound like he's going to be good to go. We'll keep an eye on Pavel Dorofeyev, who's been a great player for the Golden Knights, led the team in goals and shots this season, a breakout campaign, but he is questionable to play. He left the last game. There's a couple of things I want to address here in this series. I mean, overall, Vegas, they have 100 more shot attempts than Minnesota have 5-5. They have 35 more shots, 27 more scoring chances. They have the edge in high danger chances. They have the edge in expected goals, but yet they've scored 4 fewer than Minnesota have 5-5. It's been the goaltending. Gustafson, I feel like, has been so good for them that I think he'll keep them in this game. And I do have a lean to the under. I don't think we'll see a lot of offense, but Bruce Cassidy made a couple adjustments a couple games ago to get Jack Eichel going. Eichel had 2 attempts in game 1, 6 attempts in game 2. It's just not like him. And I know he missed some time down the stretch, nursing some injuries. Maybe they wanted to get him right. They had the luxury of doing that, locked up the Pacific Division. But the last 3 games, 30 shot attempts. They put William Karlsson, Bruce Cassidy put William Karlsson up on that top line. Look for him tonight for a point. He scored a goal in his last game. He was pretty quiet in his first couple games of the series. He only had 3 shots in the first 3 games, and he's got 2 points in his past 3. He's got 6 shots over the past couple as well. So I think playing with Eichel, he's got the speed. You mentioned edge. He checks some boxes over at NHL.com/fantasy in terms of the edge stats, because he's among the leaders on his team in 20-mile-an-hour speed bursts, and Eichel's checks all those boxes. So I think moving some guys away from Eichel, like Barbashev, who's created some chemistry in the past, certainly when they won a Stanley Cup, just moving Karlsson up on that top line has kind of got Eichel going. So look for those two, whether it's a point combo tonight, maybe just a solo for William Karlsson to hit the score sheet, Eichel for shots, given the attempts he's had lately. But I do believe that the Wild will squeak this one out. And I mean, don't be surprised if it's another game that goes to overtime. Some series just have that feel. Same with Ottawa and Toronto. We saw it 3 games in a row as well. Tight checking, good defense, low scoring, great goaltending. I do believe we'll see some sort of 3-2 hockey game tonight.
Here we are again, Chris. Panthers atop the betting board to win the Stanley Cup. As much as we know how difficult it is to go to a 3rd straight Stanley Cup final, with all the bumps and bruises and the tired legs and the fatigue, here they are again, favored to win another Stanley Cup. I think Father Time says that it's not likely, but the odds makers say they're the team to beat.
Yeah, the odds are not great, as you alluded to. Even down the stretch of the season when they were playing their worst hockey in a couple years, Barkov wasn't playing. They were resting some guys. Ekblad had the suspension. Bobrovsky wasn't playing every night. They still were Cup favorites. I do believe they had the shortest odds down the stretch of the season, right there with Carolina. And I think Carolina, their path was a little bit easier. And the fact that Florida had to go up against Tampa Bay, most likely Toronto, before getting to the Eastern Conference Finals, still had those odds. I can't count them out. I believe I said that the last time we chatted, right? I had them going back to the Stanley Cup hunt 3 years in a row. Tampa did it. Tampa went 3 years in a row, won 2 cups. Florida, the thing with them, I think that they just got the rest. And I've said this comparison a couple of times. It reminded me of LeBron when he was with the Cavs. It just didn't matter where they played and who they played. It just mattered that they were healthy at the time. So bringing in Brad Marchand, playing him on the 3rd line, his experience, the addition of Seth Jones, he could log a lot of minutes. Ekblad is suspended here a couple games, but they just have so much depth up and down their lineup. They can move Verhaeghe to the 3rd line. This is a proven goal scorer in the playoffs and in the regular season. Sam Bennett and Matthew Tkachuk, right? Tkachuk wasn't with the squad. So they're the team to beat. Sergei Bobrovsky is near the top in terms of Conn Smythe odds as well. So I'm not surprised that they took care of a Lightning team. And they did it in 4 games, or 5 games rather, which is extremely impressive because that Tampa squad is a really, really good team. So they deserve to be favorites. I don't think that they'll have issues against the Leafs or the Sens if they come back. And I don't think they'll have issues against Carolina or Washington either. So they're certainly the team to beat in the East. And the way to attack them, I guess, would just be with some of their props, or take a look at them on puck line, or to win in regulation. They're a really dominant team on home ice. They put a lot of pucks towards the goal. So there's a lot of value. Last night, I think like 3 or 4 of their guys had 3+ shots.
Chris, we only have a few seconds left. So in 10 seconds or less, will we get a Game 7 between the Jets and the Blues?
Yes, we will. Hellebuck has just not shown us that he can get it done on the road.
All right. Back to Blues tomorrow. Good stuff, Chris Meany. We will talk shortly of NHL.com. Make sure you check out his work there. Follow him on X by his name at Chris Meany. Thank you so much, Chris. Coming up next, lightning bets for this Thursday. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Where's the room?
I like it better when it's not in the middle of a segment where we're having a conversation. Where's the room? Joe O, Sammy P, That's BetMGM Network. I'll tell you where the room's at. The room's on Rico Hoey. He won, Sam. Rico Hoey atop the board.
Paul said it yesterday with so much conviction, and I loved it, mostly because I've never heard of this golfer before. That's why I knew. I saw Paul on it. Our guy Jeff Seeley was on it, Cupmaker Jeff. So those two guys pushed me right to Hoey, who, again, if you lined up 10 golfers and said, pick Rico Hoey out of these 10, don't think I could do it. But if he finishes top 10, there will be a party.
I don't know why, but I keep thinking his name is Brad. And every time I type his name in Google, I type in Brad Hoey. And then I was like, why are there so many Brad Hoeys?
Don't do that to our guy, Brad. Come on.
Brad.
Did you go to St. Pat's with a Brad Hoey or what?
I don't know. Maybe I've seen the name before. And then I saw that there's a guy at NIU that's a big NIU and a big Chicago sports fan on Twitter. His name's Brad Hoey. I don't know. So I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know why I keep thinking the man's name is Brad, but Rico Hoey, 3 straight birdies. He had an eagle earlier in the day. He's taken over. It is no longer just a bit because his name's Hoey. He's in first place here today. So it's exciting. Exciting stuff. Man, he's played in one major. He played in the U.S. Open last year, but he didn't make the cut. No other majors. If he plays this year, we're betting him no matter what. I don't care what he does moving forward.
He was born in the Philippines, which I just learned, and played his college golf at USC.
Oh, wow. All right, Brad Hoey, our guy, officially. He's added to Paul's list. It's not a one-week thing.
It's Rico,
yeah,
not Brad.
Did I say Brad again?
Yes.
You 100% said Brad.
Why do I keep calling him Brad?
I don't know. Couldn't be any more different. Brad Rico.
Swear to God,
Very
Joe,
different.
if he goes in the tank tomorrow off this Brad Hoey slander.
I bet Brad Hoey would take the gorilla. Rico Hoey would take the 100 men.
Does he look like a Rico either?
I'm not answering that.
Maybe it's an upgrade. Maybe. All right, where's the room? NBA playoffs tonight. Paul Aspen, what are they betting?
Oh man, what a time to be alive! All right, Pistons Knicks. Number 1 on the board, most popular prop: Tim Hardaway Jr. under 12.5 points at a nice -135.
Okay. Random.
Why?
Okay.
Not surprised by the minus 135. I mean, that is where the room lives, in that -130 to -170 range.
Must have been awful last game. That's the only thing. I want to say he was.
He was awesome in the game in Detroit, wasn't he? Game 4. I thought he was. Didn't he have 12 in the first quarter?
Game
so yeah,
3.
he must have had a dud.
Game 3 had 24. Game 5 he had 8. Yeah.
Yeah. So the last 3 games in order chronologically: 24, 14, 8.
The other priciest one on the list, number 5, Josh Hart over 10.5 points at -130. Before we get to the other game,
It's always -130 or higher, without fail.
Yep. All right, Clippers Nuggets. What do we have?
So the most popular is Michael Porter Jr. under 5.5 rebounds at +105. But number 2 on the list is Zubac under 12.5 rebounds at -145.
All these unders. Top three, 4 of the 5 most popular props in Clippers Nuggets are all unders. Most of them rebounds, which is, you could look at rebounding chances, gives you a decent idea in a specific matchup. But a lot of times, to me, the rebounds end up being pretty random with the bounce of the ball.
I'm glad that Kawhi Leonard points over did not make the cut, because that's a prop that I would circle tonight. Over 24.5. Kawhi should get there tonight, and I love that it's not popular.
My Brunson did make it, but of course Brunson points are going to make it. I would guess that they're in the top 5 every single game.
And one more. Our guy, as a show, Brad Harden, under 5.5 rebounds, -120.
Yeah. I'm sure people bet under on him consistently. Should we get to John Ewing now or save that for tomorrow?
I say we do it now. I mean, we're talking about where the room is.
Okay.
This is the definition of the room, right?
Just of course. I see the tweet pop up. I'm like, oh, okay. John Ewing's got NFL win total betting at BetMGM. The most bet overs. This is on the tickets. You already know what it is. We talked about it. Like, George was kind of getting bothered when you're like, no, George, you're going to bet it. You are 100% betting it. I don't care what you have to say. And that's Bears over 8.5 wins, because they bet it every single year. Let the hype train begin.
And you said, I remember you said this, I think on the Score, that the Bears, since firing Lovie Smith, have gone over the win total one time. Yep. They got rid of Lovie after the 2012 season and brought in the Brainiac, Mark Trestman. So Trestman, Fox, Nagy, Eberflus, won over since the 2012 season, when, ironically enough, they went 10-6, missed the playoffs. Only one time since 2012 they've gone over the win total.
It's amazing. It's amazing. And here they are again, the most bet win total over at BetMGM. It's not surprising. I mean, we know it's going to happen. Will it get to 9 at any point? That's what I'm wondering.
Probably. Really I think once we get through that first training camp of Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams together, if not 9, you're going to see 8.5 over -150 or -160.
All right. Raiders over 6.5 is the second most popular over. Vikings also. So they took a stand and they said negative regression towards Minnesota coming this season. The number only 8.5 after 14 wins last year. And they are betting the over, of course. The most money is on the Vikings over. Patriots over 7.5, second most money. Most popular under, though, they're going with those high totals. San Francisco under 10.5, Chiefs under 11.5. Most money, Dolphins under 8.5.
Oh, so the end, perhaps, of the Mike McDaniel era, if they fall flat
Could
yet
be.
again.
What kind of number do you think we get on McDaniel, first coach fired? Or do we think Stephen Ross won't do that in the middle of the season?
I think he could.
10-1, 12-1, maybe.
Yep.
I mean, he's one of the guys that should be at the top of the list. I mean, there's a very small list of guys, and in terms of guys who have been there for a couple years and haven't performed or haven't had their team perform. He was supposed to fix the offense, and the offense has gotten worse in the last few years. So he would be up there at the top of my list.
All right, let's hit on our lightning bets before we make way. Sam Panayotovich, where are you going today?
I've talked about these two, so let's rip them both. Avalanche on the 3-way line, not the money line. Avalanche in regulation. BetMGM gives you $1.18 on that, so I'll lay that very small price. Think they get it done and force Game 7. And then I am going to fade the Crippler and take the Knicks on the money line, even money. If you want to wheel them together, by all means, plus 270. But I like the Avs in regulation and the Knicks on the money line.
I think that's a pretty strong look. I might take some abs, plus 175, before that game tonight. Now, I saw that the prop queen has gone on vacation once again. It's the monthly vacation, I guess. And so I'm going to step in. I'm not the prop king. I think every royalty spot has been taken up in the gambling space, so I'm not going to do that, but I do have some props for you. I like Brunson over 28.5 points. Coming off the bad game, he's going to go off tonight. We probably see the Knicks winning that game. Sam obviously does, but I think Brunson has a big game regardless. Over 28.5. I'm going to take Norm Powell at home, where he plays better in the playoffs. Let's go over 17.5 points and a got-to-have-it spot for the Clippers. And I'm guessing that this is going to make Jake's list. I don't know if it does for Lightning Bets or his show coming up in a couple of hours. But let's go Duran of the Red Sox. You want to talk about history? Look at the history against Barrios. It is truly remarkable what he's done. He's 9 for 18 with 8 extra base hits. 9 for 18 against Barrios, 8 extra base hits. 3 of those are home runs. We know about the story from over the weekend. Big game for Durant. I'm going plus 550 on the home run. If you want to do the doubles, obviously a lot of doubles there with all those extra base hits at 3-1. That's not a bad look, but I'll go with the home run prop there. Paul, anything you're going to add? I don't know. You gave us Howie to hold on to, so I don't know that you need to give anything.
I'm not saying a thing. Jake?
Okay. He just birdied again. He's minus 6
Did he?
now.
He did. 4 in a row.
Paul, no more talking.
Solo 1.
In silence.
Unplugged the mic. Amazing.
That's a crazy move. I love that. Jake, what do you
I
got?
love it. That's awesome. I'm just going to bet the Cardinals on the money line. They're dogs to Andrew Abbott and the Reds. The rest of the card, everything NBA, NHL, MLB, starting on Send It In at 1 p.m. Eastern. Jake, for an hour. Let's go.
Why? So during your half hour, do you call it the name of your show?
Yeah, it's still
JP's?
Send It In and bet slips and bat flips. Yeah, we do the full transition. It rocks.
Very good. Very good. You talk to yourself. Oh, what do you got coming up on the show today, buddy?
Yeah, I do
Good
usually.
stuff. I like it. All right. Check out Jake, 1 o'clock Eastern. Talk tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.